Namaskar. A very good evening, a very good afternoon, and very good morning to all of you. As we have all international and national participants, delegates, and resource persons, so that is why I have addressed like that. We have across the world participants, mostly online due to COVID-19, as all of you are aware. So today we will have this international conference come buyer sellers meet for medicinal plants used in lifestyle product. The program will be for 3 days from 8th February to 10th February. At the same time, we will have exhibition of different kind of medicinal plant products that is available on net in the virtual platform. So this is a hybrid model. We will be having physical presence uh, at this venue. At the same time, we have physical presence in other venues as remote nodes. And obviously, we'll have virtual presentation and virtual participation by delegates. And most of the participants will attend this program or can view the program live on virtual platform. To start with, we are very honored and graced with our delegates on the dais. We have Swami Suparnanandaji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture. We have Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Pro Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, on the dais. At the same time, we have Professor Ashish Mojumdar, Organizing Secretary and Nodal Coordinator of RCFC Eastern Region, NMPB, at Jadavpur University, Kolkata. And we have also online virtual platform, Professor Dr. Tanuja Manoj Nesari. He is the director and head all is in the Institute of Ayurveda, Minister of Ayush, Government of India. We have Dr. R. Murugeswaran, who is Deputy Director, Medicinal Plants of National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. We also have Professor Pulak K. Mukherjee, who is the Director, Institute of Bioresources and Sustainable Development, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. And we have Dr. Jagdish Kiswan, who is former Director General ICFL Dehradun, and we will have many more delegates, participants, and resource person online. So now to start with, I welcome to give a welcome address, Professor Ashish Mojumdar, who is the Organizing Secretary and Nodal Coordinator. Ashish sir, please address the gathering.
Namaskar, Shuprabhat, good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Suranjan Das, who is on virtual mode. We have with us Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Chief Executive, Pro Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. We have with us Swami Suparnanandaji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture. We have with us Professor Pulak Mukherjee. We have with us we are expecting at any moment that we will be our chief guest, Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, will join. And also we are expecting Dr. J.L.N. Shastri, Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, will also join. We have with us Mr. Abhay Somani, Director, Genus Life Sciences. We have with us Mrs. Parminder Jeet Kaur, Director, ASSOCHEM. They are on the virtual platform. We have with us uh, Dion Schroeder, Chairman, Ustavia Private Limited, Durban, Republic of South Africa. We have with us Dr. Jagdish Kishwan, and we have with us many, many dignitaries and most dear participants, stakeholders, distinguished delegates. I do welcome you all to this conference, international conference, come buyer sellers meet for medicinal plants used in lifestyle products, to be held from today, the 8th February, from this inauguration program to 10th February, uh, this 3 days workshop, as 3 days international conference, come buyer sellers meet. And this event is being organized by Jadavpur University in technical assistance with Regional Cum Facilitation Center, Eastern Region, National Medicinal Plant Board, Jadavpur University, with associate partners, ASSOCHEM, that is Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, and Janus Life Sciences. The total event is sponsored by National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. India represents one of the most important center of knowledge with regard to the use of medicinal plants for treatment of various diseases. One of the strategic directions for the development of the medicinal plant sector is to represent our knowledge at international level. India has recognized that medicinal plant sector goes beyond national consideration, which can only be addressed along with international cooperation and coordination. The present international conference is being organized to understand the issues related to medicinal and aromatic plants, to exchange ideas on different aspects of medicinal and aromatic plants, and to formulate future strategies in the interest of researchers, growers, traders, and industrialists involved in the process of management of medicinal plants and its products. In present pandemic COVID-19 scenario, the event is organized in dual mode, combination of or offline and online mode. There is exclusively visually enriched virtual stalls where the stakeholders from our own country and abroad displayed their products and related information. The conference aims to highlight the crucial role of medicinal plants cultivation, advances in research, and extension towards farming community in an ecological, environmental, and economically sustainable way. Our theme topic of the discussions mainly emphasizes on global market potential for specific medicinal plants, experiences of global industry experts regarding recent market trends, the quality needs for international buyers, latest technology development in medicinal plant processing, possibility of commissioning overseas processing plants through bilateral agreements between institutions, latest technology developments in the agronomy of medicinal plants, local value addition for export, latest research and development on extraction technology of medicinal plants, research and development gaps, and possibility of bilateral collaboration with overseas institutions. A special technical session on recent advances on extraction, purification, and downstream processing of active ingredients from medicinal plants and aromatic plants is also being organized in the conference, where more than 100 research papers have already been submitted by R&D persons, university students, scholars, and technical persons from the industries. Selected papers will be presented orally, whereas a good number of papers will be on e-poster. Apart from discussions about the above mentioned topics, virtual international buyers and sellers meet for different medicinal plants with special emphasis to plants used for lifestyle products and is also an integral part of this international conference. It is a great privilege for me to inform you that already 1,878 delegates and participants have registered from all over the globe. There are 35 exhibitors in virtual exhibition where there are where three are from abroad. I take this opportunity to thank National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush for sponsoring the event, all the distinguished personalities for their gracious present and addresses, resource persons, participants, our associated partners, ASOCHEM and Janus Life Sciences, with particular mentioning of Sri Shantanu Chakraborty for his extraordinary effort and support, and obviously the supports of my colleagues and my associates, with particular reference to Dr. Sanjay Bala, Dr. Shomojit Bishwas, and Sri Sudipto Ghosh, and most importantly, the support of my Jadavpur University. So I would like to add more things. You will find that there are international speakers from USA, from Australia, Canada, Egypt, Republic of South Africa, um, Uzbekistan, and so on. So there are really a good number of resource persons from all over the globe who will deliver the lecture. And those who have come particularly, I do not express how should I express my gratitude to all of you, because in this pandemic situation, in this new normal, it's really a challenging thing to converge both the physical mode as well as the online or virtual mode. But we have tried to make an attempt, because this is also an opportunity. Always this pandemic situation uh, rather imposed on us how should we know about the virtual conferences. But at the same time, when we will expect the life will be normal, will be as usual, then also this is a great opportunity to we involve many participants all over the globe who may not be able to come from their workplace, but they could join, they could contribute, they could get themselves benefited out of their participation from their workplace on virtual platform. So this is also an opportunity. So let us see what this sector, the attempt of Government of India to promote the medicinal sector in all its disciplines, like, starting from the research to the participation, to the livelihood of farmers and everything, how we can contribute, how we can help to take it forward is a challenge for us. And I think this conference will help us to give a direction in this regard. Thank you all. Namaskar. Dhanyabad. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ashish Majumdar. As you can see, we already have Dr. J.L.N. Shastri, Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Port Ministry of Ayush Government of India. He is online. So may I now request Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya. So may I request Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Pro Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, to address international conference.
So first of all, a warm good morning to all of you. It's really a pleasure for me to be present at the inaugural ceremony of the three-day conference on international conference come buyer seller meet for medicinal plants used in lifestyle products. So this particular conference is being organized by Jadavpur University in technical assistance with Regional Cum Facilitation Center, RCFC Eastern Region, National Medicinal Plants Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. So, and it is being sponsored by NMPB, National Medicinal Plants Board, and Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. So it's really a pleasure to share the dais with Shami Shampurnananjadi Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, and Professor Ashish Majumdar, Organizing Secretary, Nodal Coordinator, RCFC year, NMPP, Jadavpur University, who is a very good friend of mine, my senior colleague. And obviously, those who are present in the online mode, obviously our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Shuranjan Das, Dr. J.L.N. Shastri, Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Plants Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Professor Tanuja Nasari, Director and Head, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Mrs. Kaur, Director, SHM, Mr. Abhay Shamani, Director, Janus Life Science, and Dr. Dion Skronar, Chairman, Westvia, Durban, Republic of South Africa. So it's really nice to be present among all these eminent dignitaries and lots of other eminent speakers who have also joined, and particularly the participants. I've heard that nearly 2,000 people have registered for this particular international conference, which is a 3 days conference. Nowadays, after this particular COVID-19 pandemic, we are organizing this type of the conference, seminar, or workshop. And this particular conference is being organized in a virtual and as well as physical mode, that is the hybrid mode. Organizing a conference in hybrid mode is much more tougher than any single mode. Say, suppose if we organize a conference in physical mode, or if we completely organize the conference in online mode, that would be much more easier. But whenever we are organizing in a hybrid mode, partly physical, partly online, then the situation is really complex. And the organizer did a very beautiful thing in organizing this particular conference in this particular hybrid mode. Now, about the topic of this conference, it's a very important nowadays, particularly the medicinal plants and its use. Plant is an important source of medicine and plays a key role in the world health and public welfare. Medicinal herbs or plants have been known to be an important potential source of raw material for pharmaceuticals, for therapeutics, or curative aids. The use of medicinal plants has attained a commanding role in the health system all over the world. Worldwide, consumers have a positive intention towards the herbal products and believe them to be natural rather than synthetic origin, and also assume that such products are more likely to be safe than synthetic drugs. It has been reported that herbal drugs and their constituents have advantageous effect on long-term fitness and can be used efficiently to treat human diseases or disorders. According to the survey of World Health Organization, about 80% of the world populations are using and depends on the herbal medicines and other traditional medicines for their primary health care, and have established three kinds of herbal medicine. Number one, raw plant material. Number two, processed plant material. And number three, complex mixture of extracted herbal products. In India, medicinal plants have been used under medical system called Ayurveda since 5,000 years. The Indian holy book Vedas mention treatment with plants which are abundant in the country. This system includes diet and herbal remedies specifically to the body, mind, and spirit for disease prevention and treatment. Ayurveda, supposed to be the oldest medicinal system in the world, provides potential leads to find active and therapeutically useful lead components from the plant. India has a very strong traditional healthcare practice that are represented by classical systems of medicines. On the one hand, and community-specific folk healthcare practice also very popular. According to the Botanical Survey of India, India is home to more than 8,000 species of medicinal plants. Ashwagandha, Brahmi, cumin, turmeric, garlic, licorice root, cardamom, basil, neem, ginger, amla, bell nut, noyantara are some of the important and popular plants with medicinal uses and very common in India. Phytochemicals are bioactive non-nutrient components of plants. They express several qualities like antibacterial, anti-carcinogenic, anti-tumor, anti-mutagenic, etc. Several phytochemicals are also beneficial against cardiovascular disease, rheumatoid arthritis, cholesterol, and several other health-related problems. Flavonoids, phenolic acids, terpenoids, phytosterol, alkaloids, organosulfur compounds, saponins, anthraquinones, polyphenolic compounds, antioxidant, essential oils, etc. are also major medicinal phytochemical groups of utmost importance. Among these, isoflavones, curcumin, gingerol, allicin, etc. are very popular among pharmaceutical industries for medicinal formulation development. Now, there are obviously some challenges. The challenges means, so the first of all is the quality. The standardization of the raw material emerges as a as a major issue for the Indian herbal industry. As per the Ministry of Ayush, more than 600 medicinal plant products are commonly used in traditional Ayurvedic preparation. Medicinal plants are easily contaminated during growth, collection, and processing. The survey reveals that more than 50% of the companies face problems in collecting and authenticating the raw materials. Further, substitutions, adulteration, heavy metal contaminations are the three major problems reported for Indian herbal medicines, which may affect the quality of the product. Microbial contaminants and fungal toxins like mycotoxins or aflatoxin contamination during the post-harvest stage are also a major challenge for the manufacturer. Conventional quality control methods often become insufficient because of the complex nature of the herbal medicines. What could be the solution? The solution could be to overcome this problem. One or more compounds are selected as markers for the identification and quality assessments by the natural products analysis. Several markers such as taxonomic, chemical, genomic, proteomic markers help to identify the herbal drug components. The second challenge could be the lack of information. The traditional knowledge of the communities is first eroding as there is no transfer of knowledge across the generation and younger generations are no longer interested. Simultaneously, human caused biodiversity losses are affecting medicinal plants and associated traditional knowledge too. Degradation of forest and loss of species make some plant species unavailable for the use of local communities. As a result, traditional methods of use, including sustainable methods of collections, are being lost. Here, the solution that is being suggested are some efforts, including in situ and ex situ techniques, are underway to conserve plant resources and associated traditional knowledge. The National Medicinal Plant Board listed several medicinal plant conservation and development areas. Under the Department of Biotechnology, field gene banks of threatened plants, including those known for their medicinal use, are also being maintained across the India. The third challenge is the overharvesting. It is more immediate concern. Medicinal plants are one of the most famous example of overharvesting by collection, declares a summary by the Harvard Medical School. Overharvesting is associated with improper cultivation methods and lack of modern techniques for the extraction of valuable compounds from the plant. Inadequate technique may not be economically viable for industries for commercialization of herbal products. The solution could be the National Medicinal Plant Board and the Ministry of Ayush, India, along with the several esteemed academic institutions, are now involved in strategic planning to develop appropriate technique, guidelines, regulations, and mandates for the cultivation, production, circulation, and trade from the local to international level, which should be very beneficial for the industries as well as consumer. The most important part of the use of the target components from the medicinal plants is the extraction of that particular component from that particular plant source. So the design of sustainable extraction method of natural component is currently a hot research topic in the pharmaceutical industries. Chemical extraction method involve use of solvents, detergents, chemical capable of disintegrating the cells. Conventional extraction methods are now being replaced by modern systems such as ultrasound and microwave assisted extraction, subcritical water extraction, aqueous two-phase partitioning, supercritical fluid extraction, hydrotropic extraction, and enzyme assisted extraction. I am, though presently, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, but my basic department is the chemical engineering. And as a researcher in the chemical engineering, I did some of the works on the extraction of active components from the medicinal plants. And for that, definitely, we have used various techniques like the water extraction, solvent extraction, ultrasound assisted extraction, microwave assisted extraction, and also the subcritical and the supercritical fluid extraction. So these are the some of the important aspects. And while we are trying to extract the active component out of the medicinal plants, we have to be cautious. Suppose a particular medicinal plant doesn't contain only particular single component. Say, suppose there are a particular component, X is the desirable component. It may contain X, Y, Z, A, B, C, several other components. So obviously our method of extraction should be more selective so that particularly the component X is being extracted in more quantity. That will definitely decrease the load on the downstream purification process. So that is a very important. I could give some technical lectures on this particular subjects also, but Professor Mojumdar requested me to give a technical lectures on this particular subject based on my research area. But because of my busy schedule as a Pro Vice Chancellor, it is not possible right at this moment, but one of my senior postdoctoral fellow will present a paper on the extraction of stevia from the stevia leaves by a suitable extraction process and subsequent downstream purification of that particular component on day after tomorrow, that is the day in the technical session one. So these are the different, even enzymatic extraction is also very popular. Basically, our objective is to rapture the cell wall and so that the internal, the intracellular components we can extract. But obviously, the method should be selective one, as I told you, that A, B, C, D, E, F, there may be multiple components out of which a particular target component, say if it is D, that should be extracted in a better quantity. So that is a very important aspect, and several researches are being conducted to find the most efficient extraction technique and the optimization of the overall extraction process. I have also carried out several research on the extraction of the active components from the medicinal or the plant source. So one is the stevia that I told you a little bit earlier, which will be presented after tomorrow. And apart from this, recovery of the phenolic compound from mustard protein isolates by ultrafiltration, extraction of betel oil and its byproduct from the betel leaves. So that also we have carried out as a part of the social outreach program from the Chemical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University. Extraction of herbal color, you have already heard that we are selling the herbal color, particularly abir, etc., during that particular, the festival of color, which is known as the Doli Yatra or the Holi. So those herbal color are being extracted from the flowers, even the waste flowers, using the extraction technique, and then we are purifying that particular color. So apart from this membrane processing of the sesame protein isolates and sesame protein hydrolysate using the suitable membrane device, ultrasound-based hybrid extraction and prospecting of the phytochemicals allicins from the garlic, solvent extraction of the phenolic and the antioxidants from the waste cauliflower leaves, recovery of the natural antioxidants from oilseed meal in ultrafiltration, nanofiltration based hybrid technique. So these are some of the areas where I have done personally some of the research with the objective to extract and to purify the target component, the active components out of the plant source. So these are the area, it's a vast area, it is having a huge prospect. And I hope that this 3 days international conference will be able to usher a new light on the current topic of the research which are undergoing in this particular area. I hope that this particular conference will be really enjoyable to all the participants, and you will be able to get some of the recent trends or the ideas on which the current researches are going on. With this, I want to conclude. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Pro Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. We just got much insight regarding extraction and different type of component or phytochemicals present in the medicinal plants. As you know, all the medicinal plants nowadays are being used beyond its medicinal value. So that is why we have kept on the title, it's lifestyle products, not only medicinal purposes, but also as a nutritions and other purposes. So now may I request Dr. J.L.N. Shastri, Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush. He is online from Delhi. So sir will deliver the lecture. We will show you here as well, and obviously all national and international participants can view online.
Thank you very
So
much.
over to Dr. J.L.N. Shastri, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay. At the outset, I congratulate the RCFC East, uh, Professor Majumdar. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Shastri. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah. So, Professor Majumdar and his colleagues, I am able to see Pulo, Sanjay Bala, and respected Maharajji. I congratulate the team for organizing this very essential, rather important event. I'm unfortunate, I wanted to be there physically because of the ongoing parliament session, so we have questions and therefore we have to stay back at Delhi. But nothing can separate us from discussing, therefore I am virtually with you. This topic, rather, I was discussing for a few months with Dr. Majumdar, where we were thinking that there should be a major platform from where we will discuss about the biosellers get together, conference, meet, something like that, where the topics not limited to the Ayush related activities, and the topics overall related to the medicinal plants. And aptly mentioned here, the lifestyle products, which is the need of the hour. For that, I congratulate once again the organizers. I will put my perspective in a very simple way in 5 to 7 minutes. We always talked about extraction of these plants from wild, resulting in the red, endangered, threatened species, all the 7 categories of IUCN. I would like to rotate and tell you that the red, endangered, threatened species are not a threat. It's an opportunity for all of us as stakeholders. Just let us change the perspective. Uh, the reduction in the supply increases the demand. So from that perspective, if you just look at it, there is a huge opportunity on at least about 30 to 39 species precisely, 31 to 39 species precisely, which are high value, high volume endemic species to 12 Himalayan states, for example. And let us focus on this kind of an opportunity, and let us look at what is available. So it will have a social benefit where in the Himalayan states, the migration will come down because these are the high value products. So to my experience, in the last 7 years, very closely associated with this species, about 23 species where I am directly involved, I'm able to see the farmers or local communities were getting more than 1 lakh rupees per hectare kind of income per annum. This is something about the national average income per month per farmer. So this is something which is really going to help them. And if we integrate these programs with other things, like even, for example, beekeeping, which is an associated program, it will give a more kind of income to the farmer. And you can look at other integrations like agroforestry models and mixed cropping and all. So that's one possibility. The other thing is look at the actual demand and supply kind of scenario. One of the speakers earlier was mentioning about over collection. Right? It is true to an extent, but again, sustainability, if we bring into picture, that problem can be addressed. That's what our endeavor is all about at NMPB. NMPB is there for about 2 decades. Now we have completed that second decade recently. Many times we may have a question uh, whether the contributions are sufficient or not. With the kind of manpower and the budget what NMPB is provided with, I can justify that the contributions are as expected, including the hurdles that are there with the states where the funding is a problem for them. A lot of state governments may have kind of internal problems to be resolved. Barring that, if you look at what has happened, today NMPB has a 104,000 hectares of sponsored conservation oblique resource augmentation program covering 103 sites and about 18 states, which is not a small thing. And it covers somewhere between 550 to 700 medicinal plant species, which is a huge thing. And that is under the direct control of National Medicinal Plant Board, of course, with the support of State Medicinal Plant Board and other organizations. Apart from that, if you look at the cultivation part, the experience of a direct sponsored program or the subsidized cultivation program stands roughly about 2.5 to 3 lakh hectares of land. And we have more than 800 post-harvesting facilities where there will be drying sheds, there will be semi-processing sheds, there will be warehouses spread across 22 states. There is another infrastructure which is created by NMBB. And you also have about 140 agrotechnics published in 3 volumes, and which are now being just reviewed and upgraded. And next couple of months, before 31st March, you will see the new volumes, the soft copy place with all the latest information. And the cost norms have been revised. And then you have R&D projects where more than 1,200 different topics have been taken up. And recently, we have filed about 2 patents with the association of our organization from Coimbatore. And then we also have a team which is dedicated for marketing, where we are now working on a market linking activity or agency through our marketing and IT team. Is the IT-enabled activity. Each year, as you all know, is updated and is further being updated and will be attached with eNAM also very soon. Therefore, the trading will happen. And we can proudly say that this year itself, in the last a couple of months, we have received a physical order of more than 77,000 metric tons, which is a big achievement for us. After having the agreement with the industry bodies, their consortia or even the federations, they're all working with us. There is a definite demand and supply kind of approach. Then cultivating the products as what we wish. This is a significant change we could begin at this time where I think there is some organization. Okay, so we have received HNMI has given their requirement of more than 10 lakh metric tons to us. So that is really heartening, where we will be helping the extracts manufacturers, will be helping the nutraceuticals, will be helping the phytopharmaceuticals, and if some new plants are coming in, like they've added stevia to our list, and now India signed a treaty in Europe on cannabis. So, though Hemp India approached us with 3-4 projects, we still keep it in abeyance. We are under discussion internally to work out the modalities, especially on the germplasm. And you'll also feel happy to note, uh, like between CSR units like CMAP, NBRA, ISBT, even Himachal Pradesh Agricultural University, KASRI, AFRI, then DIHAR, we are forming a consortium, KFRA, we are forming a consortium for quality planting material. The quality planting material protocols have been developed and they'll be announced very soon in a couple of weeks. They're just being scientifically scrutinized right now. And we've identified 2 seed banks, one at NBPGR Delhi and another one is KFRA Delhi. These are there will be a separate section for medicinal plants where the germplasm is certified and provided all the data required. And the other new project, which is envisaged under Atmanirbhar Bharat, will be rolled out very soon. That's one thing where we are waiting. Rest of the things, definitely I'll start myself here. Just I wanted to tell you what is available and what you need to discuss. From this forum, what we require is connectivity. Enough debate and dialogue has happened from various fora on the cultivation of medicinal plants, conservation of medicinal plants. Now, let us get connected for the business purpose also. Nothing can make this particular activity survive and boost up beyond business. So that's the thing what this particular international conference should do, and all kinds of segments are available: traditional medicine, nutraceuticals, cosmeceuticals, maybe your phytopharmaceuticals, everything I think that can be taken up under this belt. And I think the organizers will come out with solid proposals after 3 days. And I can promise that from NMPB, we will put it in right perspective and we will prepare an action plan following this particular conference. And we'll see that it is helping industry. And not to forget, NFBB has an international cooperation. We have signed MOU with about 6 countries and further activities going on. Just remember, we can get connected with different countries. Like if you look at Afghanistan, you have some zinc and pomifera white coming from there. Iran contributes medicinal plants. Then South African countries contribute medicinal plants. Even alpine species, you can look at countries like Canada. You can look at Uzbekistan, which is trying to find a partner for cultivating king, and all countries, they are very much enthusiastic. Only thing we should get connected. That's the only thing which is pending. And let us hope that we will have a wonderful outcome from this conference, and we will put it into practice. Thank you one and all for giving this opportunity. I stay connected.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Plant Board. Thank you, sir. Now we have also online Professor Tanuja Manoj Nisari, who is Director and Head All India Institute of Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush. Earlier he was also CEO, National Medicinal Plant Board. So now may I request ma'am to address the participants. Professor Tanuja Manoj Nisari. Professor Tanuja Manoj Nisari, ma'am.
Executive Officer, National Medical Plans Board, Ministry of Ayush, Professor Tanuja Nisari, Director and Head, All India Institute of Ayurveda, and other dignitaries present on the online mode and also offline, direct, the audience, present audience. So you just heard about me. Previously, I was associated with Narendrapur Ramakrishna Mission for long 48 years. And there had sprung up one big Ayurvedic center with medicinal plant garden and with a factory also for the production of the medicines, extraction of juice, sorry, of the ingredients and also delivering it. We have a quite good hospital also, Ayurvedic hospital. So indoors patients are also available. 7 years ago, I left that place, but I think uh, the experiment that has been going on over there is more or less praiseworthy. People, or even the Swamis from different races, they also visit for the cure of their diseases, ailments of different kinds. And that medicinal unit was constructed under the guidance of a very renowned Kaviraj, Kaviraj Krishnananda Gupta. Unfortunately, he died of an accident. I personally benefited a lot. I am not going to give you any instruction or advice as to how to proceed and how to go by. I simply stand before you as a great stakeholder in a way. I will have to say to you my little story. I was suffering from cold from the very day of my birth, and that has been told by the big doctors of PG Hospital here, SSKMH. Your lungs were never clear since your birth. They treated me, gave me antibiotics of severe type for months together, and I was cured. But I instead saw some of the patches on my palms and fingers, and they became quite menacing for me to bear with. You can't imagine. So cracks were open, gaping cracks, I should say. Inside you can see the reddish color. It was painful also. I could not make use of my hands for taking food. Somehow or other, I used to do my writing. I saw a doctor, the most famous skin specialist, Dr. Panja. For 2 years, there was no improvement. I left him with his consent and saw a homeopath medicine doctor. And he treated me also for 2 years, but I saw no change. And Last of all, I visited Kaviraj Krishnananda Gupta, who is readily available on our campus. And he gave me assurance that yes, Ayurveda can treat me to full cure. He gave me Padma, কি যেন একটা আছে? Padma Gulancho dust, you all know. But this should cure you. But for long 2 years, I religiously used or took that medicine, but to no effect. When I was thinking that I will have to live with it, then a group of my teachers, who are colleagues also, they told me that there is one partially realized person. He's a realized person, maybe partially. He had the vision of Mother Kali, and Jadavpur University professors also visiting him for this problem or that problem. Would you come with us? And I went. And much to my amazement, as soon as I sat near him, he glanced at me and said, Maharaj, I know what problem you have. He closed his eyes for some moments and then expressed his concern. No medicine would cure you. No medicine would cure you. And then what? Is it incurable, do you say? Well, no, not even that. But would you go for the treatment I prescribe? You have to make up your mind. Oh, yes, I will. Then he gave me a very simple solution. You go back and collect as many as 200 tulsi leaves. Tulsi. Which tulsi? White tulsi. Not black. Not camphor tulsi. Nothing else. Only white tulsi. And extract the juice in the morning. How spoon? 4 chamuch. And go on taking. I took. After 6 months, I saw that there has not been any spread of that disease. After 2 years, I said that some cure I noticed. He simply told me to go on. After 5 years, only one patch was there on the palm itself. Well, you have to complete the course. For 6 long years you have been suffering, and you have to complete the medicine for 6 years at least. Then after 6 years, much to my wonderment and satisfaction, I became completely free from that disease. So that is one thing. They are in the local areas, they are called gunins. They are using the medicinal plants, no doubt, but they have the intuition. They can come to know many things of the patients simply by looking at them. That intuition they develop. And these people are not few in number. Everywhere they could be found. I didn't try Hekimi, and I can't say to you how effective is that system of treatment, but I know there are some fakirs also. They take to that sort of profession, much to the relief of the people from their deadly diseases. Now, this is one aspect of my experience. I tell you another associated, I should say miracle. So I was the principal of the college for the long 27 years, and before that, for 10 years, the vice principal. And my association with the college activities were of, say, 48 years. We used to organize one camp where we used to encourage the students and the teachers to donate blood. Blood donation comes the annual feature. The first Friday of December, every year we used to hold that. And I was the donor. For long 25 years, I used to donate blood, and my blood group was B plus always. Now, during the years of my suffering, I stopped giving blood. It is sensible, you know. Now, after I become cured of the disease, I went to give blood. They tested me and declared it is AB positive. How could it be? How could it be? I narrated the whole story. I say it is a miracle. Even I divulge this mystery in the medical congregation. Then the man who was doing that testing, he called me once again and took the sample and again declared yes, AB positive. Then I had the soliloquy. Maybe for long 6 years of taking juice of the tulsi, maybe the impurities that gathered there in the blood constituent, those were cleared. And I am now having purity. In respect of blood, blood purity has come upon me like that. The tulsi is a purifier. It is purifier. I narrated everything to this Kaviraj. It's a great Kaviraj, mind that. Krishnananda Kaviraj. She listened to me with wonderment and said, we know the functions of Tulsi. Various Tulsis are available. Various forms of Tulsi are available, we know. And this white Tulsi also we know, but nowhere in our scripture, in our Ayurvedic Shastras, is written that Tulsi can be a medicine for skin diseases. This is what is said to me. So here in this platform, in this seminar, people or the experts and the government executives They're all assembled. So my request to them is this simple thing, that in the Ayush, AYUSH, S means for Siddhos, and you have a complete different explanation of the Siddhos. I know that. They are never called Siddho Purusha, having some spiritual experience. But there are, in the villages, everywhere, the Hakimis and also these people, they deal with they deal with the medicinal plants only, mind that, not anything else. But their services are not included. Hundreds of people are visiting them every day. And they benefit a lot. Otherwise, they would not visit them. So my request to the organizers, to the government officers, to have a full inquiry of their services and kindly, you please give them their due recognition. After all, people are talking to them regularly, persistently. This is what I had to say to this platform. Can you recognize them also? You can also group them into the Siddhos. They have the spiritual experiences. Otherwise, they could not do such miracles. I will call it miracle, but they would say that it is all science, medicines. I am not preparing. You are to prepare it. With these few observations on my part, I welcome you all, because I am the head of this institution and you are being invited by us also. I cordially welcome each of you who are the participants, either virtually or really. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Swami Suparnanandaji Maharaj, popularly known as Shattada. So he has given lots of insight of medicinal plants, and obviously Ramakrishna Mission Nandapur is pioneer in this sector in West Bengal, especially cultivation, value addition and marketing, and also involving people in the medicinal plant sector. Now we have online Dr. R. Murugeshwaran, Deputy Director, NMPB, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. So may I request Dr. Murugeshwaran to address the conference.
Yeah, so very good morning. It is going to good afternoon. Respected today's chief guest and the organizing secretaries and the vice chancellor of Jadavpur University, Kolkata. It is very happy to be here and to look into this international conference come buyers sellers meet for medicinal plants used in lifestyle products. Actually, it is very much needed because the medicinal plants are utilized in different areas, particularly for and medicine, and herbal products like such as mosquito repellents, herbal tea, and even some of the furnitures like medicinally oriented vetiver plants like that. Many of the things are utilized, many of the medicine plants are used for the manufacturing of different products which is used in the day-to-day life for in many places. As far as the medicinal plants are concerned, the main thing is food, beverages, and for aromatic or fragrance purposes, and some, of course, some of the herbal dyes and herbal furnitures and products are also utilized in different region of our country. So what I would like to emphasize here is, as our CEO has already has highlighted the activities of NMBB. Actually, we are working on that, and we are working on many of the areas, particularly for R&D and other cultivation and conservation areas for the development of the medicinal plant sector. So, in the naturally, as I observed, since I am in the field of survey and cultivation, many of the medicinal plants are getting very much threat by different external factors. It is a very important one because the conservation part is very, very necessary to take up in the recent days. Because why I want to emphasize here, since 10 years, 10, 15 years before, there are many medicinal plants are very common, and we can collect in anywhere in the throughout India, because I have been closely associated with the Western Ghats, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka states. Of course, some period I was in the Kashmir Himalaya also. But now the plants which are comparatively the 10 years, 10, 15 years before, now the most of the plants which the distribution is very much isolated, and particular region or particular areas under very much threat. So we have to be very clear on that, and we have to go through the cultivation promotions, cultivation activities of such a species which are very much which are coming under the RET species. So this is one of the important aspects that NMBB is working on that, and the RET species, and we are how to promote it, and how the nursery developments and all activities are going on there. So this is actually our CEO has already highlighted most of the activities. And actually, this conference, the buyers and sellers meet. Even there's some of the COVID-19 this activity, this area scenario. Some novel products also come out from the herbal medicinal plant oriented. That is herbal masks. I used to get many calls from the different places, even Tamil Nadu and Kerala and other Karnataka areas. They're preparing a herbal mask with aromatic plants, with medicinal plants like tulsi or other medicinal plants ingredient, and they're preparing a herbal mask for this time. So like that, many of the innovative products also used to be these medicinal plants which are used in the production of many things. So this international conference, I think 3 days proceedings will highlight many of the activities, many of the products coming out of the medicinal plants, which is used in the different part of the country. And I hope this this conference will come out with good outcomes and results which will be beneficial to the society in the mass. So yes, of course, as our former President Abdul Kalam used to tell, that any scheme or any program, the success of the program is that the outcome, the results should reach the common man. Any scheme, that benefit of the scheme, the benefit of the program, it should reach the common persons. So that day only that program or scheme is getting success. Like that, I hope this international conference, the proceedings and these deliberations will come out with good results and good outcomes, and that will go to the common people for the benefit of the society and as well. So this is with this, I think I conclude for my uh, speech, and I wishes the international conference for good success of the international conference and further proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. R. Murugesan. Now, may I request Mrs. Parminderjit Kaur, is the Director, SSM East and Northeast. She will be also, she is already there in online. So may I request ma'am to deliver your address.
Thank you. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, honorable speakers connected online. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And at the outset, I sincerely extend thanks and I congratulate the organizing committee for this wonderful 3 days international meet, both in virtual and physical mode. As industry body, SOCHAM is honored and privileged to be part of the program. And as a national industry body with presence across 30 nations, it's our motto to work towards sustainable growth and creation of the ecosystem where industry members thrive. As has already been shared by the eminent speakers, the significance of the program is to further strengthen the partnerships which are critical in today's context, as we all acknowledge the fact that as a spirited nation, India has braved the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has brought Indian medical system and its capabilities at the global platform. While the global health crisis affected all the major economies, India's resolve to reach an inspirational ambition of US $5 trillion economy remains unshaken under the strong leadership of our PM. India stands at present at the cusp of interesting time when we have the big opportunity to make India a global manufacturing hub, which could be achieved with both the industry and the government working together. We firmly believe that the next phase of India's growth will require the country to tap into its cultural heritage and leverage various segments which are increasingly gaining global traction. These segments can help increase India's share in global export and play a crucial role in global value chains. In the present era of globalization and development of a world market for tradition and herbal medicine, research and development is needed to a large extent to promote the production and export of quality products in the forms of drugs and supplements. This unfolding of the pandemic has brought forth the importance of boosting immunity, and the focus is back on medicinal plants and the related treatments. And with the increased global recognition of our practices, it provides India a unique opportunity to mainstream these practices and create an enhanced brand value. As an industry body, we strongly advocate the thought that the sector holds immense investment potential, but will require more research and validation before it is accepted on the global stage. It is really a matter of joy and pride for all of us when we look at the efforts being given by our government. Some of the recent collaboration announcements by the Ministry of Ayush and Invest India to set up a strategic policy and facilitation bureau. It will certainly facilitate growth of the sector, attract more investments, and enhance knowledge creation, and shall help with the drafting of the guidelines and the regulations. As has been said by eminent speakers prior to me, modern medicine and traditional medicine need to be integrated in a way that will maximize the access and help country achieve the goal of universal health coverage. The government has been championing the growth of the sunrise industry through various schemes, and 4,000 crore has been announced for the sector exclusively for medicinal plant under the Atmanirbhar Abhiyan. I strongly believe now is the time for all stakeholders, including private industry members, to work with the government towards a shared common dream, that is the growth of alternative treatments in the country and beyond. Prior to COVID era, there were many preconceived notions about traditional medicines, but this pandemic has given us an opportunity to dispel them and showcase to all that they can play a big role, especially in the prevention of diseases. We face several problems, but today we are directly involved with more than 1 crore family. The industry is directly involved and have reached out to more than 50 crore people, which is itself a way to showcase the maximum benefit which can be derived out of our traditional knowledge in medicines. Plants have been used for medical purposes long before prehistoric time. And among ancient civilization, India has been known to be the rich repository of medicinal plants. The forest in India is the principal repository of the large number of medicinal and aromatic plants which are largely collected as a raw form for manufacturing drugs. There are about 8,000 herbal remedies that have been codified in IU system in India. That just to give a sense of how large and well established we are. To stimulate the use of traditional practices based on India's learning of plants and to enhance the respect for the nature and the living being, there is a need for combined global effort. It is indeed a great effort that in next 3 days there will be some key sessions where we will be discussing with our international colleagues and international partners towards this combined global effort. Some of the key drivers that are currently in playing are the growing awareness of the effectiveness and the efficacy of traditional system of medicine, disillusionment with the modern allopathy and its concurrent side effects, support from the government, increase in R&D activity and others. And all of us in this room are aware that over past decade or so, globally, we have witnessed the positive shift with the Beijing Declaration on Traditional Medicine by WHO that has provided the initial impetus towards the adoption of traditional medicine system. As has been shared by Dr. Shastri some time back, the extensive support from the government is expected to pave the way towards the development of the sector. Indian government is working to support the industry member as shared by him, where extensive work is also being given on standardizing and building quality parameter. There is a subsidy on GST, it's only 5% taxation slab which has been put in by government to incentivize the industry. Another major boost is the growing e-commerce and the emergence of self-learned consumers that is certainly to help the growth of the herbal and nutrition industry. The clinical drivers of the herbal markets are growing incidence and prevalence of chronic diseases, and that's why we are discussing lifestyle diseases. And we are talking about how herbal medicines can associate with the modern allopathy treatments. There has been some hindrances. One of them is the lack of scientific validation for the herbal drugs, especially in large developed nations such as United States and other countries, where our practices are not licensed or regulated. That is something we need to work upon collectively. There is certainly need for more evidence-based traditional medicine practices and laying of protocols, because it is the scientific validation that is preventing to some extent the growth of this sector. Another challenge that comes is the shortage of quality raw material. There are so many plants and plant products that grow across the region in India. However, due to urbanization and rapid deforestation, there are crunch of the raw material or the quality raw material, rather, I'll say. Not everything that is being grown across is suitable, and weather or the climatic conditions are also responsible. There is also shortage of highly skilled professionals, which the industry feels that needs to be taken care of collectively by all. However, there is a silver lining with nutrition therapy and phytotherapy that have emerged as recent concepts of health aid. A strong recommendation for consumption of nutraceuticals by various quarters, and especially from that of the plant origin, have become progressively popular to improve health and to prevent and treat diseases. This is a big boost for the private industry. Plant derived nutraceutical functional foods have received considerable attention because of their presumed safety and potential nutritional and therapeutic effects. Majority of the nutraceuticals are claimed to possess multiple therapeutic benefits, though substantial evidence is lacking in certain ways and norms. With these trends, however, the improvement of dietary nutritional values of fruits, vegetables, and other crops, or enhancement of the bioactive components in folk herbals, have become the target of blooming plant biotechnology industry. And collectively, we should focus more on research and making notes of the key developments that arrive. And I think that's where the academia and the industry need to work together. India is a large nation, and the rural population of ours rely heavily on the traditional medicine practices. Medical plants are the local heritage with global importance. World is endowed with a rich wealth of medicinal plants. Herbs have always been the principal form of medicine in India, and presently they are gaining more popularity. And it's not just India, all across the world, whether it's Europe, North America, Australia, there is increased focus on developing and training up or creating herbal professionals. Medicinal plants are in India definitely playing a very important role in the lives of our rural people, particularly in the remote parts of our country where the health facilities are limited. One such area is West Bengal, which is a home to several plants. And very next to us is Northeast, which is India's richest reservoir of plant diversity and supports almost around 50% of India's total plant diversity. Therefore, it is important that collectively we focus on the preservation, cultivation of these plants and the resources which we have for the future generations to come. In the present scenario, COVID-19 has given enough impetus and stimulus to take up research of the plants based studies, to take up more testing on the values of the medicinal plants which we have been utilizing. In nutshell, it is important for all of us to combine our strength and to work together so that this industry and the sector can grow from here. With these words, I thank the organizing committee, especially Sri Ashish Madhubjarji, for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. And I actively look forward to 3 days of deliberation of our international guests and experts to evolve a way forward for a combined agenda of growth and prosperity of this sector. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. So we have heard Mrs. Parminder Jeet Kaur, Director, Associate East and Northeast India. Now we have physical presence. Mr. Abhay Sumani is the Director, Janus Life Sciences, Kolkata. So may I request now Mr. Abhay Sumani, Director, Janus Life Sciences.
Good afternoon. Salutations to all, including those physically present, as well as those online and people who are watching from their comforts of their home on YouTube too. Uh, as I stand up to speak on this forum, I'm reminded of a poem by the great Indian poet Suchitra Nandan Pant. He said, or he says, ये धरती कितना देती है, धरती माँ कितना देती है अपने प्यारे पुत्रों को. Let me bring you forth the premise to the poem. When he, as a child, planted coins in his backyard, hoping that a tree of currencies would grow on it and he would be able to extract money from there and become rich, only to be disappointed. But later in life, when he actually plants seeds, he realizes that how much the Mother Earth gives us all. It is the all-giving Mother Earth. And this Mother Earth has given us so many plants, so many trees on which we survive, we breed, and we live on. Every plant that grows from the soil has some medicinal or therapeutic value in some way or the other. But we have heard of great plants from the ages of Ramayana to Charaka and now on, the medicinal properties of the plants and their capacity to cure and heal. Alternative medicines, including select homeopathy, Ayurvedic, Unani, Siddha, batch flower remedies, treatments are all reliant on the medicinal plants. Even many conventional medicines are made from plant extracts, while some plants provide us subtly the security of the health. One such plant is stevia, or meaty tulsi, as it was known earlier in earlier centuries in India. Nativity credited to South America when the local tribals used to drink it as a health drink. The plant can be planted all across the continents with certain plantation methodologies and inputs from agriculturalists. Janus has been associated or has been collaborating with NMPB and REC, basically the Regional Eastern Council of NMPB, for a number of R&D projects. Janus individually took up the cudgels to bring to the world the goodness of stevia with the most eminent stevia expert, Mr. Shantanu Chakravarti. Janus, like the new beginning of January, has gone beyond the conventional tabletop sweetener and extending the use of stevia to the sweetness industry as a premix for sandesh, rasgulla, the Bengali sweets, malai peda, the katli, the barfis, as a premix for the bakery industry for no sugar cookies, cakes, and even icing. The juice industries, from the conventional mango, orange, and lemon to the unconventional and creative ones like kala khatta, peach iced tea, ginger ales. We are working on using stevia as an alternative in ready-to-use fizzy drink sachets to bring in the goodness of stevia in your cold drinks too. The jam, jellies with the blackcurrant, mango, and strawberry flavors are really different. Candies, chocolates, etc., with the goodness of stevia can be really, really good also for your health. Medicinal industry has successfully used stevia in antacids and cough syrups. We'll be trying to utilize it in toothpaste and for acne treatment too. What I feel is if everyday cooking becomes healthy, we are looking forward to a healthy workforce and an healthy world, thus illustrating the effect of a medicinal plant may be as much preventive as to cure. To continue a little bit more on Janus, or rather still, let me bring forth a small personal story as to how I personally, as an entrepreneur, got convinced about medicinal plants. My 4-year-old son was suffering all throughout ever since he was born from asthma. And after all treatment possible all over the world with various medicines, he was put on the asthmatic pumps. 15 minutes of running and he was down with asthma. So much so that tired from everything, I approached the Ayush department and got consultation from one of the senior doctors there. And they suggested a small concoction of amla, ashwagandha, honey, and some herbs, including tulsi, which has cured him so much that even 7 years ago, as a 7-year-old kid, he played the whole day in an international tournament. So once I was convinced personally with Janus, with the team that we had put up at Janus, we successfully worked across to move into a mini scale extraction with stevia. We have worked with neem, artemisia, CNSL, which is cashew nut shell oil, which is an excellent natural larvicide without any harmful effects on marine life or humans. I would take this opportunity to introduce Cardex to all of you as a natural larvicide for home, industrial, commercial, and community use. And let us put an end to malaria. To sum it up, Janus has carved a name out of the medicinal plants. So we are indeed grateful to NMPB for its support. Medicinal plants and their benefits need to be brought forward to the world, and more so during these COVID times, where people have turned to the age-old immunity drops, boosters, and kadhas using grandma's formulas, using the beneficial portion of medicinal plants. Isn't it time that the commercial and organized plantation of identified plants are put to extraction in the best unobtrusive and natural manner and bring forth the change we take medicines in both preventive and for cure? The world trade currently stands at $120 billion and is estimated to be $7 trillion by 2050, which is a growth of 6 times in 30 years. Can we envisage such a big growth in any industry possible? No. This is the future. Extraction business is expected to grow 22% CAGR, and herbal cosmetics are expected to grow 19% CAGR in the next 5 years. Demand is expected to double in Europe and China, while it's expected to triple in North America and other parts of the world. Business ideas can include herbal cosmetics, camphor powder, herbal wine, Ayurvedic churn, natural oil extractions, herb plantations, hair oils, pesticides from neem and others, methi extraction, Indian solid gold or turmeric or curcumin extraction, celery seed oil, vitamin C from amla, and so on and so forth. The list is endless, like maybe the innumerable benefits from the varieties of plants that we get in India. 6,500 or more species, I hear, in India, which is more than 20% of the world medicinal plants worldwide. The future of such healthy alternatives is up and up for grabs. We need to identify, invest, cultivate, and innovate along with it to bring to the world the goodness of medicinal plants. I can promise 100% that Janus Life Sciences will be a ready and willing partner for every such venture. I reiterate, Janus will be a willing and interested partner for every medicinal plant venture. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Abhay Somani. So he has shared his own experience, and it's not his experience most of the time. Now we are, coming back to nature, and we are trying to use medicinal plants in different purposes. So now we'll be sharing one video that is pre-recorded. As you know, there is time lag for international participants. So that is why our next delegate, come resource persons, he is Deon Schroeder, Chairman, Ostuvia, Durban, Republic of South Africa. So we'll be playing his pre-recorded address for the conference. Yogesh ji, may I request to play the pre-recorded lecture?
Good morning, and thank you very much for your kind invitation to speak to you today. My name is Deon Schroeder, and I'm a sugarcane and timber farmer in the KwaZulu-Natal Midlands in South Africa. My family has farmed in this area for 5 generations, and our farm comprises of 600 hectares of sugarcane and 150 hectares of timber. I'm here today in my capacity as chairman of a new company we launched in late 2019 called War Stevia. You all know what stevia is, of course, and the war is the Zulu term for from. So the company name means from stevia. Well, stevia was born out of the sugar industry in South Africa as a diversification project to mitigate against several years of world sugar prices that remained persistently below the cost of production. With South Africa producing about 500,000 tons more sugar than our local market needs, the export of excess sugar at a loss was putting the entire industry at risk and tens of thousands of jobs in vulnerable rural areas. This led South African Cane Growers, the organization that looks after the interests of all sugarcane farmers, to look for diversification alternatives. Many different options were investigated. However, stevia has several clear advantages. Stevia, like sugar, is a natural sweetener, and we've been in the sugar industry since 1848. Stevia grows well in our South African conditions. Stevia is becoming popular as people around the world reduce sugar consumption and also want to avoid artificial non-nutritive sweeteners. Stevia produces returns quickly when compared to tree crops like macadamias or avocados, which are other popular diversification options in South Africa. So stevia ticked all of our boxes. The next step was to find out if we could source or develop a suitable variety, and if we could find the technology and expertise that would assist us with our steep learning curve and help us understand a new crop and product in which we had absolutely no knowledge. Stevia has never been grown in South Africa before, despite our climate being ideal. This has partly been because previous attempts were unable to develop a suitable variety, including one in our sugar industry several years ago, or find processing technology that was suitable to our needs in Africa. One of the things we realized very early on is that developing a suitable variety is both a huge hurdle and a technical challenge. Similarly, we had no idea about the processing technology required or where we might find technology suitable to our needs and conditions. This led us to a global search to find the expertise and technology necessary to make a successful venture into stevia farming. We found the expertise in India, and in fact, right there in Kolkata, we found the stevia technology site of Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty, who I'm sure you all know. Mr. Chakraborty has been the secret to our success, along with several other Indian technology partners in processing, formulation, and farming of stevia. Having worked with several partners here in Kolkata for more than 2 years now, we are more convinced than ever that our project would not have started without our collaboration with India. Stevia was formed by a group of 97 commercial sugarcane farmers and farming organizations across the sugarcane growing regions of South Africa. We identified 9 trial growers from our shareholder group to grow trials in the various climatic zones. And tomorrow, my colleague Richard Howes will be presenting on our progress to date and our detailed plans for the future. For now, let me just say that these trials have exceeded our best expectations. There were some mistakes made and some challenges, but again, with the help of Mr. Chakraborty in particular, we have met those challenges head on, and we are very confident for the future of stevia in South Africa under our War Stevia brand. Some of our high-level objectives include to be the world leaders in stevia production. South Africa has ideal growing conditions for stevia and other crops, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal and in Mpumalanga, where sugarcane is grown on a large scale. Trials to date have shown we should be able to achieve yields comparable with the best anywhere in the world. Farming is generally done on a large commercial scale with high efficiencies, and our goal is to produce world-leading quality and yields. South Africa is also blessed with an abundance of skills and expertise, with excellent universities and research organizations and facilities, and we are confident that we will be able to produce stevia and stevia products of the highest quality available anywhere in the world. In conclusion, I would once again like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving us the opportunity to tell you about our project. We are very proud and excited about the potential of the stevia for sugar cane farmers in South Africa, and confident that our close collaboration with India will allow us to be world leaders in stevia for generations to come. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Deon Skodas, is the chairman of Stevia from Republic of South Africa. Now it is my turn to extend vote of thanks. So we are almost concluding this inaugural session. So vote of thanks, I will take the opportunity here to welcome as well as, hand over the token appreciation to our delegates who present here physically. May I request Professor Ashish Mujumdar, Organizing Secretary and Nodal Coordinator, to welcome and give appreciation to Mr. Abhay Somani. Uh, Ms. Priyanka will just facilitate. आगे फूल. फूलটা আগে. So as you know, due to COVID-19 scenario, we have very less physical presence. But at the same time, we have some delegates and speakers of other session as well. So may I also request Professor Ashish Munda to welcome and hand over the token appreciation to Dr. Yunis Munsi, is a regional research institute of Unani medicine, is the head there. So Dr. Yunis Munsi. May I again request Professor Ashish Mundar to appreciate Dr. Professor Pallab Kanti Hallar, School of Natural Product Studies, Jadavpur University. We also take this opportunity to welcome and appreciate Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty, is the Technical Director, Janus Life Sciences.
And for his untiring efforts, this is possible.
And we must appreciate because he has just initiated the thought, and this conference we are organizing, that is Jadavpur University is organizing with associate partner as Janus Life Sciences and also associate. Now may I request Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty to welcome and appreciate Professor Ashish Punjimdar. Obviously, Professor Ashish Punjimdar is the organizing secretary, and also his wholehearted effort is here. That is why this international conference is getting successful. So I won't take much time. Still, I must appreciate, welcome, and extend our sincere thanks to Professor Suranjan Das. He is always supportive, and from Jadavpur University side, he always supported for this program. Anyway, for some difficulty, he could not attend here today for offline and even online also. He tried online a lot. So we are always thankful to Professor Suranjan Das, our Vice Chancellor. We also thankful to Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, who came here, but due to some urgent reason, he has to leave. We must appreciate his effort, support, as well as he has given an illuminative lecture on extraction and other medicinal plant uses. We must extend our sincere gratitude and thanks to Dr. J.L.N. Shastri, Chief Executive Officer, National Medicine and Plant Board. He just, help us to even phased out, or different kind of planning for this offline as well as online mode, how this hybrid mode is going to happen and who are going to benefit. So we must thank at the same time the thousands of registered as well as online participants who are now attending the program. We must also extend our sincere thanks to Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesari. She is very supportive and always advise us to do the better. And we are also uh, thankful to Dr. Sanjay Kumar, DG Forest, Minister of uh, Forest, Environment and Climate Change. Obviously, we are also thankful by the Rajesh Koteja ji, his Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. He always extend how we can flourish the Ayush sector. Due to parliamentary session currently going on, that is why all secretaries and on the higher level officials are busy in the parliament session. That is why they could not attend even their wholehearted effort. But we must extend our sincere thanks to them. We must also thankful Swami Suparanandaji Maharaj of Secretary Ramakrishna Mission, our popularly known as Sattada. So we are very thankful to him. And we are also thankful to Mrs. Aditi Dasgupta, Joint Secretary from SMPB West Bengal. We are also thankful to Dr. R. Murugeshwaran, Deputy Director, National Medicinal Plant Board. We must also extend our sincere thanks to our associate partners. ASSOCHAM, on behalf of ASSOCHAM, Mrs. Parminderjit Kaur, Director, is always very much thankful, and also Mr. Kallal Ghosh, who was there to help, especially for designing this virtual stall and broadcasting online. We're also thankful our associate partner, Janus Life Sciences, Mr. Ravai Sumani, director is there. And obviously, Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty, as I already mentioned, from initiation to date, and obviously next 3 days, he will be there. And he always, helped, especially for arranging international speakers, and also the technical session, especially papers abstracts on extraction technology and other uses of medicinal plants, for his wholehearted effort. So there will be oral and poster presentation on the third day. So we must also thank our other supportive members, especially Dr. Somojit Biswas, who is the Deputy Director of Regional Facilitation Center, Jadavpur University, Mr. Sudipto Ghosh, Marketing Consultant of our RCFC Eastern Region. We also extend our sincere thanks to all our members, and we must have missed some of the names, but obviously we must thank who are directly or indirectly associated for this conference. And we must extend our sincere thanks and appreciation again to the online participants who are spread across the world to make this event successful. Thank you very much. Now we'll just quickly move to our virtual stalls so that later on you can log in and have the full view, or you can interact with the stall holder, or who have given their material in the stalls and information regarding their medicinal plants. So that can be visited during these 3 days at any time. But for just a minute, we are just showing it to, yeah. जोगेश जी प्लीज जस्ट एक डेमो दिखा दीजिए. So as login, every person has to log in. Here is the gallery view. Then you have to go to exhibition. So here you can find the overview of stall. So there are already 35 stalls are there. You can go to any stall and then have information from that stall. And this is very interactive. You can have video call, even you can WhatsApp messages, or you can call the representative of the stalls during the, or even you can put a query, so the representative stall holder, they will respond to you. So it is a very interactive and specially designed for this international conference. So thank you very much. So we'll conclude the inaugural session here, and we will directly move to the next session. So our next session is on natural products and nutraceuticals. We have two eminent keynote speakers. Professor Pulak K. Mukherjee is the Director, Institute of Bioresources and Sustainable Development, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Uh, uh, he is live from Manipur. And we have Dr. Dilip Ghosh, is the Director, NutriConnect, and he is live from Sydney, Australia. So to chair this session, we have with us Dr. Jagdish Kishwan. So Jagdish Kishwan is a international personality, and Jagdish Kishwan is an internationally acclaimed climate change and forestry specialist with deep knowledge of practical issues in wildlife and agroforestry. He is a distinguished member of the Indian Forest Service and has held important assignments, including Director General of ICFRE Dehradun, and also Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force for Jammu and Kashmir State. He is currently concurrently affiliated at the Whaling Commissioner, Government of India, and CITES Management Authorities of India. So till 2017, he was chief advisor of policy with the Wildlife Trust of India, a well-known NGO working for conservation of wild animals and their habitat. Uh, and additionally, he is a postgraduate in mathematics and also PhD in modeling of resin production. He was trained in tropical agroforestry and participate forestry and forestry education in University of Edinburgh and University of Wolverhampton in the UK. He has vast international experience dealing with forestry and agroforestry. He served as national coordinator of Asia Pacific Agroforestry Network of FAO for 5 years. And during that time, he has developed a very good document on agroforestry, and published by FAO. He is IRCA certified lead auditor for FSC certification of forest management. He is an eminent authority of subject on climate change. There is a long list under his name, but I am just summarizing some of his important uh, career achievements. Like he was actively involved in reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation plus, that is red plus. So he has introduced the concept at COP13 in Bali, and now it figures in a separate section as Article 5 of Paris Agreement. So he was awarded Uttarakhand Ratna and many more awards, obviously. And he has a active. Uh, he was also appointed as a member of the expert group of Indian Planning Commission on Low Carbon Development Strategy for India from 2009 to 2013. He is also a member of high level working group constituted by the government of India for delineation of the eco-sensitive areas in Western Ghats. He also chaired the expert committee in the Ministry of Environment and Forest to formulate the reference document for RED Plus in India. So the document has since accepted by the ministry and was also put on its website in January 2015. So there are many more to add. I'll just mention few more things. He worked as chief advisor with GICA India Private Limited, and he has also holding the charge in the post of CEO. He has authored, presented more than 2 dozen papers of various aspects of climate change related to forest and wildlife, forestry and agroforestry, including RED Plus in journals and national and international workshops, seminars, and meetings. Yeah. So this is a more than his career after his retirement from forest department. He is also actively involved in different process and different committee members, and also lead editor in forest management FMU certification he is doing. So we welcome sir to chair the session. So over to Dr. Jagdish Kiswan sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Dr. Sanjay, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay, for giving that long winding introduction. I really don't know how much I deserve
Sir,
that.
please unmute yourself, then talk.
I have unmuted
Dr.
myself.
Jagdish Kiswan. Sir,
Can you
his
hear me?
voice is not coming.
Okay.
Can hear you.
Yeah, I think I have
Yeah,
unmuted
it's
from
low
here.
but coming.
But somebody said that I am audible.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
am
yeah.
on.
Your voice is clear.
Yeah, now
Okay,
audible, audible.
thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay, for giving that long winding introduction. And as I was saying, I really don't know how much I deserve it now at this present juncture. But let me also say that it's always an event of honor for me to be associated with any event of Jadavpur University, with whom I have a long association since I was working in the ministry from 2002 to 2006. Professor Ashish is a long-standing colleague. Thank you very much, Professor Ashish, for giving me this opportunity. And Dr. Sanjay Bala, of course, another colleague of long-standing. And let me also say my words of gratitude to Dr. Bhattacharya also, who is the Pro-Vice Chancellor. Now, in this session, it is scientific session 1, and it's on natural products and nutraceuticals, which are the subject of which are the subjects of today. Everybody is speaking about those, especially during the time when we are facing this COVID situation. And to speak on this subject, now we have got very renowned speakers. I have got Professor Pulok Mukherjee, who is Director of Institute of Bioresources and Sustainable Development of DBT in Manipur. And he's also fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry and also fellow of National Academy of Sciences of India. And I do read in his biodata that he has got some past connection with Jadavpur University also. So Professor Pulok Mukherjee, you are very welcome here. And I will also introduce very briefly the next speaker also, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, who studied in India and then in US also, Tufts University of Boston. Presently, he's situated in Sydney, Australia. We are in his director NutriConnect. He again, deals with nutraceuticals from medicinal plants. That is the subject which is going to speak upon, dealing with the case of fenugreek and cinnamon. Let me also, with permission of the honorable two speakers and other participants, let me also lay down the ground rules for the two speakers. Each one of you can take please 20 to 25 minutes for your PowerPoint presentation. And I would also request that when you are covering your subjects now, it's my humble request to you so that we can have a purposeful outcome of this session. Please, the technical director of the conference, see that, my voice, does not reverberate. I would say that if the two speakers could also enlighten on the following aspects, which we have heard during the inaugural session also. The adequacy of production of the medicinal plants or nutraceuticals, then the sustainability of production, environmental angle, that this production does not lead to any adverse environmental impact also. Then economics of production, focusing mainly on small farmers. And then the regulatory regime, which is there in place. And when I say that, no, it's basically status of policy and institutional support, which is there, whether it is adequate or it requires, some kind of improvement. And then there could be some other angles also. For example, angle of CITES, which has got its own appendices, Appendix 1, 2, and 3. And as we know that they include certain species in these appendices also, which makes it a little difficult to regulate the production and trade of these species at the international level. I can give example for Professor Pulak Mukherjee, who is coming from Northeast, presently sitting in Manipur. The case of agarwood oil, which is in fact monopolized by only 1 or 2 persons in Northeast, basically in Assam. Then there could be case of Sasoria and Pyrethrum, which comes from the Himalayas. So with that, I would request Professor Pulak Mukherjee, please take over and make your presentation. And if you could kindly keep in view the small aspects, which I just said, if you could keep in view those also while making a presentation. So floor is all yours, Professor Pulak. Please unmute yourself and you can go ahead with the presentation. 20 to 25 minutes for
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll take only 20 minutes and then whatever the questions are there from the participants will discuss, because I have another meeting at 1:45.
You are not audible, Professor Pulak.
Hello. Hello, can you hear?
Yes, now you are audible.
So, thank you very much for your introduction. Let me share my screen. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Thank you very much
Professor
for
Pulak,
your yeah.
You can switch on to presentation mode.
I am switching on, but it is not taking. There is some technical problem.
Pulak is the extreme right. The last
Stop that you see.
It is not
extreme
go
right.
to the right.
Right.
So the fourth one, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, it's fourth one.
Yes.
Yes, this one.
It is not taking. Follow me.
It's okay. We can see this one. I think
we'll see that maybe there is something. Yeah. So thank you very much for your Dr. Jagadish Iswan ji, for your introduction. It is very nice to see Dr. Dilip Ghosh, uh, who have been very much linked with us for several activities, along with even the Ayush Ministry as well for different activities. And we are here today because of this RCFC, which was the main thing came up with this Dr. Ashish Majumdar and our School of Natural Products at Jadavpur University. So I'm so happy to see Dr. Majumdar here and making this type program with other colleagues, Sanjay and others who have been instrumental to develop this particular context. What I would like to say is, like, say, when we talk about these medicinal plants which are being used as food, then only the food we are treating as medicine. And we need to add some value on that with science. It is like that the scientific value addition is very much required, which has not been done in our context, I mean, the Indian context, to that extent what was needed. And that is why medicinal plant has become a medicinal plant, food has become food, but we have never joined those things together in the context of their validation, value addition, and so many things. So what I mean to say that when we talk about that our medicinal plant is our food, you will see that we are coming up with a lot of aspects on Ayurveda and other things. And we in our country, we are so blessed to have this Ayurveda as one of the major context where itself the food has been made as one of the useful aspects, like in the Charak Sangita, Dinacharya, Riticharya, Ritucharya, and Sandhikal. Say, like what are the diet to be taken, which way to be taken, so many things are there. I am not a Ayurveda Charya, but I worked on medicinal plants, specifically highlighting its activities and all, because of the knowledge what we have from our tradition, from our Ayurveda itself. So when we talk about those particular context, we have a great interest on working in this area, where definitely we have to play more for its evaluation and validation. And if we go on these particular aspects, you can see that even Ayurveda has told about the taste. So any food depends on those specific taste. And when we talk about the specific taste of those people, then definitely we have to have the tasting of the food and tasting of the in a different context, like say Modhura, Amla, Lavana, Katu, Tikta, and all these things. No, that those has been specified in different contexts in Ayurveda. So friends, again, we have attributes for different factors affecting the use of food in Ayurveda. So when we talk about those particular contexts, then the major aspects what come into is the combinations of the herbs, or even when you see the dietary supplement, nutraceuticals, single herb, multiple herb, and whatever, we see that there are a lot of common home remedies which are being used, and those things, when we talk into that, they have their own way of developing the things and evaluating the major potentials in every way. So if you see that several common home remedies like curcuma longa, gingiber officinalis, or even other things, no, they are being used as food, and they are very well known to be used as a medicine. When we talk about those particular contexts, then definitely we have our own way of developing the things. But one thing we need to we have to make them available with proper validations, or even other safety study and other documentation, other thing. Dr. Ghosh will be telling you more on those contexts, on which basis we have been working, or what are the things to be done. But what I feel that many of the spices, starting from the general spices and other things, what we are using they all have those Indian traditional food, but they have a very good potential medicinal value. And we work in this context at Jadavpur University, and again that is being carried forward here. We, that there need to be a systematic approach for evaluation of the medicinal value or the therapeutic efficacy of food. Say mixing A, B, C, or getting single plant, making it as a food product. This thing is good one way. This is very much needed. And at the same time, value addition to that one with scientific backup is another things what need to be needed. And there only this Ayush Ministry, Department of Biotechnology, different CSR laboratories and all, they have taken a lot of initiative in developing those things. I'll give you some example on that. Say like you can see that capsaicin is another component which has been being used for long ages, and this is again example for food as medicines, and for lot many purposes this capsicum is used. And we work on those particular contexts, specifically disease specific way. And in fact, this dietary supplement has been made, and it will be making available in few time on that lead for Alzheimer's disease, this acetylcholinesterase inhibitors from plant. And these acetylcholinesterase inhibitors specifically, they work on some particular aspects, and there are a lot of studies what was done with our collaborations between Jadavpur University and King's College, and later on support from DST, DBT and all, that if you think for a specific disease, Alzheimer's, you know that this is a pathophysiology that people cannot remember, and there are a lot of physiological changes. There we see that the disease is not that much as it is in the Europe or America or other parts of the Western world. When we work on that there are a lot of medicinal plants which are being used as food in our system. They have a specific potentials for in this particular disease. And same is true what we are experiencing now, even in the COVID situation. You can see that yes, it is true that the Asian continent, the things has been controlled in a very nice way. That is, there is a lot of efforts from the central government, state government in different way, and definitely our food has a great role to play, and nobody can deny on that. Specifically, if you see the Northeast story, the story is the same. I'll tell you something on that as well. So coming to this acetylcholinesterase inhibitors, so this is like, say, we have to inhibit that particular enzymes which is being used by a specific community for a particular purpose, and then the enzyme acetylcholinesterase is responsible for breaking down of acetylcholine, the neurotransmitter responsible for memory, learning in memory process. Now, if we go on that particular context, we can see that many of these inhibitors has their own use in our food. You can see that there are a lot many medicinal plants which are being used as food, and those food they have the specific use as acetylcholinesterase inhibitors. Now, with their use, we have been developing some formulations as nutraceutical dietary supplements, and they have been proven by several in vitro in vivo model, which has been reported in very reputed international journals as well. And this was again reported with the BBC when we are working on that. Scientists in the UK and India using the Indian Ayurvedic medicines medicinal plant for Alzheimer's. Friends, what I mean to say that when we work on that we can boost the medicinal uses of those foods, and rather we can have a huge market potentials in that particular context by boosting those natural products, using the food as our medicine. And as you can see now, a lot many products are coming as herbs, finished herbal products, herbal material, herbal preparation, because these are different terminologies, different way by law of different countries it is permitting. And India, we have for food we have the FSSI license, and then for the drug we have three different aspects. One is on the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, we have the Phytopharmaceutical law, and we have the Ayush drugs license. So India is the only country in the world there are a lot of aspects of promoting this herbal medicine or other herbal medicinal plants being used as herbs, maybe as a nutraceutical and phytoceuticals, pharmaceuticals, and so on. And if we go with the usage of those, no, say like as I told at the beginning, that Ayurveda told that 8 tests and then different type of uses. And if you see the whole country, our country is so diverse that that every state has its own way of making the food and developing them or taste and different things. And this is really unique, so diverse. And here, if we work on that, we have been working on this very program for quite some time, and we have come up with some very effective results. If you see that the single plant family, Cucurbitaceae plant family, this constitute the major vegetables which are being used even north, east, west, south, northeast. This single family. This family is Cucurbitaceae, like whatever that you are using, Lauki, Parval, cucumber, whatever, anything and everything. They are the most commonly used vegetables, reported for various therapeutic activity. There is a huge source of phytoconstituents, and many of them are used for revitalizing and boosting agents for the human health. They are cheaper, easily available, and even many of them have immunomodulatory potentials, which has been proven. And huge source of phenolics, flavonoids, terpenoids, vitamins, minerals are there in this family. And over 6% of the total vegetable globally is contributed by Cucurbitaceae, and in India it is over 30 to 35% is only a single plant family. So you see that how our country, the diversity of country contribute to the food, taking simple example of vegetables which are being used in the market. So on that, when we are going on the scientific aspects, I am really sorry to say like this cucumber, all of you know that this is the most highly used for different purpose. But when we go on the scientific aspects of evaluating the literature on it, I was so surprised when you are working on this particular context that there are very less report on the science behind use of cucumber. And we, with the industrial support with GST program, when we are working on that, and we made this a lot of aspects on that, and this is one of the family what we said. Now coming to that, say like now when we are telling that yes, your food is your medicine, use that one to the context what you want. One thing we need to be very, very careful about the safety, toxicity, and other aspects of those plant. Now this is like say an example of garlic. All of you know that it is a very highly used medicinal plant being used as food in many, many contexts. But again, there are good, bad, and even ugly of garlic, which the work we did with all industrial medical science and that was proven with different contexts. That so we need to be very, very careful about the safety. Now, when we are going on that, then the major things what all of you will believe that there is a synergy with work, and this synergy, this is the difference between the when we use the plant as a food and the same thing when you are using as a medicine. So like when you are using as a food, we are taking it as in the full, and though that means that any of the things which works in our body, it has its own level of giving the therapeutic efficacy based on its synergistic constituents. Say like if we say Lauki, then it has a lot of chemical structure, chemical constituents, and those chemical structure, chemical constituents is being taken into account to evolve the synergy in that particular context. And this synergy has become a big science now, which can really add value to this development of medicinal plant as food. And that is needed, that can be with the study of genomics, proteomics, transcriptomics, which is the omics technology now. Then we can have the network pharmacology analysis, combination synergy, then their metabolite profiling, then metabolomic study with network pharmacology can definitely lead us to get a lot of things. Even it can help in development of the drug. There is one example which has been made recently. I should not say recently, just 2-3 years back, like Risorin. You know that this is a there was there is a drug that niazide, which is taken for this tubercular patient and very toxic. And when we mix with this piperine from Piper longum, which is very much used, the dose has been reduced to 1/4, toxicity is reduced. See how beauty of that particular context. This is the context where we can use this synergistic interactions of the food even can be utilized in a very different way. And obviously we have to know that what are the interactions on food and on additive or other things can cause. And this is possible with the cytochrome P450 inhibition study, which is being made for a lot of plants, lot of foods together. And we have to be careful on that particular context as well. Even again, here I want to say that even Ayurveda, they told that there are some Viruddha ahar, means we should not mix this banana should not be eaten with milk, curds or buttermilk, because there are some interaction. Now, those things need to have a scientific validation and scientific evaluations, which are now being done, that is evolving the whole scenario of development of food as well as the medicine as well. And many of those things that what we are being used in our Indian culture, they are really very good bioenhancer, which help in developing the whole hemostasis of our body in like say, I have told you one piperine, another example with karam karvi, that jeera. And this is a traditional food as bioenhancer. And it is, you will see that we are taking that jeera water and other things. The individual has its own individual implication. And you see the moringa, it has a very specific chemical moiety which really helps it's as in so many contexts for developing drugs or medicines and other things. Now, coming to the scientific part of it, yes, individual food industries, if they have a cluster with the some specific institutions or the R&D laboratories where the steps are being taken now, even morning, Dr. Sastry, the CEO, what he was highlighting, that here in Imphal, we have made a phytopharmaceutical mission. In that mission program, major thing is that we are trying to highlight on the nutraceutical dietary supplement products which are being used, and they have a very good potentials for immune enhancement that has been proven. Now we want to prove those things with the chemical constituent, chemistry of that. It is not that we are isolating those chemical constituents, but we want to prove that how those foods are effective as immunity booster or immunity enhancer, and then how so that will be a value additions to those individual constituents in a very, very effective way. Here is for that we need to do that LCMSMS study. Here is the on the Lagenaria, that Lauki, where it contains various phenolic compounds which show combined effect against hyperlipidemia and associated disease, which is being used for a long, long time. Then another one is the Lupha acutangula, which is very well used in the eastern and northeast part as well, which is a very effective carbonic anhydrase inhibitors and as a diuretic, And then this is a food, and this is really being used as a medicine to a very, very effective way. And we have proven its omics, metabolomics with LCMSMS study. Another very potent example is that Momordica charantia, Karela. All of you know, here again, this is used as anti-diabetic, hypolipidemic, and for several other activities. But we need to know more about their constituents, which has been made by our group through that LCMSMS analysis. And then those LCMSMS analysis, when we combine with the effectiveness of this network pharmacology, here is one example. I cannot show for all what I have shown. This is like this is not a food plant, this is a medicinal plant, specifically the Kalmeg, Andrographis paniculata, where we went by LCMSMS study, we got more than 16 compounds and together with 28 targets. And this is one of the plant which has very effective use as a in COVID-19 virus. And there lot of studies has been done, and we worked on this particular context, and very recently it was published about the immunoprotective potential of this Ayurvedic herbs Kalmeg. against respiratory viral infections for the LCMSMS and network pharmacology analysis, and where we have established this endographoloid, endographene, and many other constituents together can help in the targeting the different targets for this particular disease to combat with the disease target, like say MAPK3, RHOA, IL-2, and so on, which are connected with COVID-19. So friends, what I mean to say that if we have those particular context of evaluating the things can really add value, and we can develop the things in a better way. But one thing is common questions what we used to get, that say, like, if our food is our medicine, then why it is not being used specifically as a medicine itself, because nature has fixed the rule. And there many of these metabolites, like say starting from endographolites to curcumin of haldi, or even gingerol from ginger, and whatever you see, they have a very short half-life. And that is why we take that one, it metabolized, and then we do not get those therapeutic activity which is required for individual disease conditions, and we are repeating that one to our vegetables again and again. So there is no hypersensitive reaction by that way. But when we want to use them as a specific medicine, definitely we have to enhance the bioavailability. For that, there are a lot of techniques on which, again, our group have been working for a long time, developing a phospholipid complex with those molecules. And that's a technique which is through patent, some industries are exploring as well. We did with endographis, we did with curcumin phospholipid complex for increased enhancement of the bioavailability. So there need to be the evidence-based study from the from Ayurveda or other use of traditional folk use of our food. From that, there is a specific trend from Ayurveda on evidence-based study from the tradition, what was there, what is the trend today. And when we talk on those tradition or trend, then if we do on the translational aspects, then we have to go on respect on our own tradition, the existing general health benefit, what are there, and their evidence-based validation and clinical intervention is very much needed. So there is a paradigm shift in this particular area, and this shift has taken place for a lot many reasons. Recently, this COVID-19 situation, yes, it has taught us in a very different way. I'm so happy to see that starting from the politician, bureaucrats, scientists, anybody and everybody in different area also, they speak about the use of the food, particularly those plants which has a medicinal value. And this is a great thing, and that is why NMPB has taken major role, and where we have been working together for developing the things. And I do believe that this tradition, what we had for the use of those plant as a food, we must do more scientific evidences for their validation, and then the translational component can very well help us in developing the things in a better way. So on that context, we have been working, and there are two very prominent documents. What I want to tell you people, you can access those things, which was developed by LCVR. Something will be again shown by Dr. Ghosh. Also, that we need to have a systematic approach for quality evaluation and validation of herbs, to use them as a food as well as for medicine. And this is very much needed for development of the things to a better way. So friends, as you know that when we do science, the things, the science cannot solve one thing, just create much more. And that is true. But in case of herbal, so when one herb contains say 10 or 15 ingredients which are effective, then when we mix one or two, then it becomes more. So it is not that we are going to find out individual molecules and create our own problem. So I like this quote that I don't need to know everything. I just need to know where to find it, when I need it. It was the quote from our on a great scientist. And this is very true in case of use of food as medicines or the using of the healing plants. Healing plants are the nature gifts for everyone who can use it in a very, very different way. Let us promote and preserve those gifts and develop our food as our medicine, which has recently what we observed that really gives great value for developing the healthcare scenario, or rather we do not get the disease because of our great heritage being in the Indian context and other part as well. So thank you very much once again. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pulak, for, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Pulak, for giving that enlightening talk on connecting our food style with the medicinal properties. And I did note that you said that there are medicinal plants which can be used for treating of Alzheimer. In case it's developed, I would say that it will be a very good service to the humanity. And you did speak of the need for scientific evidences for verification and validation. That's a very valid point. And I do believe that the organizers are taking note of the salient points which came out from your talk, like the family Zingiberaceae and Cucurbitaceae, having plants and products which are not only having food value but are having very good medicinal use also. So with that, Dr. Pulak, thank you very much, and I'll move on to our very distinguished next speaker, uh, uh, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, who, as I said, it's based in Sydney, and he's going to speak on nutraceuticals from medicinal plants and basically treating with the case study of fenugreek and cinnamon. So, Dr. Ghosh, it's over to you. And organizers, do we have any scope of putting some queries to the honorable speakers also? We do have that. Please make arrangements if somebody wants to ask a question or put a query to the honorable speakers. Yes, please, Dr. Ghosh, please, the floor is all yours. And again, 20 minutes for you also. Dilip Ghosh, please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon to my Indian friends and good day to other region. I'm very much honored to be part of this hybrid conference on this very important area, that is the medicinal plant used in lifestyle product. I would like to thank Professor Majumdar for giving me this opportunity. And I also want to thank Dr. our chair. I have one request to you, because I had a teleconference with Professor Majumdar, because keynote presentation cannot be done within 20 minutes. It's a student time. So he approved me 40 to 45 minutes. So I need your approval also. So as Professor Mukherjee,
Dr. Ghosh, you have my approval, and please keep the audience also spell bound with your talk. Please go ahead.
Okay. So today I will, as you mentioned and Professor Mukherjee mentioned also. So because I have been working on nutraceutical for many decades, so I will concentrate on that part. And as Pulak also mentioned, a very wide range of food that can be medicine also. But today I will concentrate on fenugreek and cinnamon. So we all know these two herbs, the Indian herbs, and probably next few years, these two herbs will conquer the world also. So just a disclaimer slide. The information provided in this presentation is gathered and summarized from many sources. I made every endeavor to make it accuracy, and I have no financial connection with any companies if I mentioned any company's name or any product also. These are just for sake of science. Just because the audience here, either you are from medicinal plant or Ayurvedic or some sort of hybrid functional food or nutraceutical area. So that's why I have been working last 10 years on promoting this area globally. And we have been working with two biggest publisher, the CRC Press and Elsevier Academic Press also. So these are the book. I think it will be of your interest also. So we published first book on biotechnology in this area. There are many technologies Pulak mentioned few technologies, the omics technology. Then we published the clinical aspect of functional food and nutraceutical. Then this is very important book, the innovation and commercialization of functional food. There are hundred thousands of patent, but maybe 0.1%, 2% patent finally see the pharmacy. So how to bring your product from lab to the market? So this book is all about that. That book Pulak mentioned heavily. Uh, this is some sort of pharmaceutical to nutraceutical. How the entire industry moving from sickness to wellness. So this is our authored book. It's not only from science perspective, from regulatory, marketing, everything. So we do a lot of research in this area, and that's one of the best-selling book also. 1.5 years back, Pulak and myself, we edited this book. It's a big book, 35 chapters nearly. Then natural medicine, we covered the clinical efficacy, safety, and quality also. Just a few weeks back, I published this one because brain health is my very favorite area. So nutraceutical in brain health and beyond. So when I talk beyond, so that means when we talk brain health, we always discuss cognition, memory, but we are not discussing, there are a lot of other things like the Alzheimer, Parkinson, autism, brain trauma. So I covered everything in this book also. So just a few days back, I was reading this article as a very interesting article. So controversial identities of medicinal plant in classical literature of Ayurveda. If you see, they submitted this article in early 2018, but ultimately it published late 2020. So nearly 2.5 years. That means the concept or hypothesis they want to publish here. So it went through a very turbulence with a lot of editorial changes and everything. That's why it took 2.5 years. So as Pulak mentioned, we are not Ayurvedic practitioners, but we have been working with India's and global leading Ayurvedic people. And I am closely working with many people, many groups in India, including Ministry of Ayush also. So the main thing in this book that is in red, there is methodological controversy for identity of medicinal plant in Ayurveda. So that is the main take-home message from this. And I think that conference is jointly organized by medicinal board, medicinal plant boards of India, and also Ministry of Ayush also. I think they will take care this area. So we are all in evidence-based nutraceutical, evidence-based area. So definitely there are a lot of space for traditional knowledge, but we need to convert this traditional knowledge into the modern medicine concept. And if you see this model, all Professor Bhushan Pattabardhan, he published this model. So that is the integration of Ayurvedic principle into the modern medicine. You can see, so everything moving forward, that is in the modern medicine concept. So if we concentrate on fenugreek and cinnamon, I will give you some snapshot initially, then I will go a little bit in detail. So one Indian company, they are R&D or biopharmaceutical company, they have 187 patent granted only in cinnamon and fenugreek. So it is a amazing, and 20 plus jurisdiction, including USA, Canada, Australia also. So all Western countries and 187. And if you see the The blue color is patent filed. The red color is patent granted and patents in USA. That company, the Indus Biotech, they have 222 filed, 187 approved. Sami Lab, they are also very big multinational, Indian multinational company also. They have 173 submitted, 98 patent approved. Arjuna Natural, they also going very big way. They have very leading international collaboration also. Lila Nutraceutical, OmniActives, and Akai Group. You can see these huge number of patents only in fenugreek and cinnamon. And it is across the world. 20 plus countries, jurisdiction. You can see this across the world. Now start with fenugreek. If we see the crop distribution, it is, although we see, we always think fenugreek is Indian crop, but it is not. It is heavily present in other countries also, like Egypt, Iran, and entire that area also. You can see the distribution of this plant is a global distribution. So this book we are editing. It will go published in next 6 months. The traditional and modern medicinal uses of fenugreek. So it will published by CRC Press another 6 months time. The potential health benefit of fenugreek. So fenugreek, we all know. So from my childhood, we have seen my parents, my grandparents, they soak fenugreek in the previous night. Then at the morning, they drink the water also. So the overall, the cholesterol lowering, glycemia, diabetes mellitus, body fat lowering, appetite, body weight control, atherosclerosis, increased colonic health, performance, especially the sports nutrition is so strong in today's commercial area. So it improves the performance also, sports performance. And not only the normal sports, but the active sports. And the syndrome X also, it is reduced. We all know fenugreek. It is a leguminous plant found in India, Egypt, and Middle Eastern countries mostly. Traditionally used as a flavoring agent, culinary spice and food. It is chronicled in many ancient texts. History of medicinal use for diabetes and hyperlipidemia by human as early as 4000 BC. Abundantly available, generally recognized as safe, that is called GRAS in USA. So that means if any product has GRAS in USA, so that is recognized as 100% safe product. So fenugreek, it's a unique, very, very unique seed. They have mainly 4 chemical constituents. One is the amino acid part, another is the alkaloid part, the third one is the glycoside part, and fourth one is the fibers part. So what we have done, we isolated these 4 part separately, and we have done extensive study from complete toxicological to preclinical to mechanistic study to clinical trial, phase 2 clinical trial also. So the amino acid, glucose control, anti-hyperglycemic, alkaloid, antioxidant and protective, a glycoside, anti-inflammatory and free testosterone boosting, fibers, muscle building, fat reducing, lactation and constipation. If you see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 block, you can see the amino acid, mainly the 4-hydroxyleucine. It is a sugar control, mood depression, non-insulotropic action. The green circle, that means the product already in the market. That means after extensive studies, that product already in the market, not only in India, but in a world very tight or very high level regulatory environment also, like Canada, USA, and Australia also. Alkaloid, that is called trigonadine, that is oxygen productive, Parkinson disease, and also levodopa-induced dyskinesis. Glycoside, that is already in the market, that is a free testosterone booster, post-exercise recovery, bone and joint health. Saponin part, already in the global market, male libido and testosterone booster. Soluble fiber, that is mostly the galactomannan, that is the body composition, lipid fat management, that is mostly for weight management. Insoluble fiber and protein and fiber, these are mainly for the digestive health and also improve the glucose tolerance and reduce the weight gain. So I will give you just some top level ideas. And if anybody is interested, you can directly contact me for more information. So the glycoside as testosterone booster. So these are the active component, the trigoneoside 1B, vicenin 1, visectin, isobutexin. These are all GRAS, and we have extensive OECD guideline, GLP lab, sepsis studies also. So we have done so far 2 clinical trial, the 1 and 2. So both are double-blinded placebo-controlled trial, and one done in India and one done in USA. And we have done animal studies also, just to know the how this glycoside works. So these are the result from the study 1. There is significant increase in androgenic hormone level in double-blind placebo-controlled crossover study. So change in bioavailable testosterone. So you can see there is a heavy increase bioavailable testosterone, and also there is an increase of total testosterone level. As we all know, testosterone is important at all ages, but most important is free testosterone. The bound testosterone has no value in our mechanism. So we need a free testosterone. So that fraction or glycoside based product, it increase the free testosterone within the physiological limit. So that is most important. And it is not under the doping, the International Doping Federation, because it is not a testosterone product. It increase free testosterone in our body. In the study 2, it is a some bigger, larger, and it was done in the USA on the 30 resistant strain male. The significant increase in androgenic hormone level and reduction in the body fat also, both total testosterone and free testosterone. And also it has a 1.8 versus 0.8%, that is a placebo in the body fat reduction also. That is a very significant. And it approved with TGA Australia, Health Canada, and also the received the national product number. It's registered with India with FSSI as a nutraceutical also. The second area, that is the saponin part, and it is male libido. So the previous one, although it is increase the free testosterone, but we are not positioning in the libido or the sexual arousal area. But this one is male libido area. There are many studies. The first one study, double-blinded placebo-controlled 51 male volunteer, significant enhanced sexual function, performance, and satisfaction. That study 2, it is a 60 male volunteer, and you can see the free testosterone level increased by 98.7 versus 48.8%. And study 3, it is a 120 volunteers. It's a 12-week study. Also significantly decreased the total aging male symptoms. So that's why, so these all fenugreek, saponin, or glycoside, it is very, very good for 45 plus people. So who are aging population. Third is glycoside, that is for recovery product for these sports people. There is a good study in Australia also. You can see the 14-day supplementation followed by the eccentric cycling exercise. So who are in the extrinsic heavy exercise, significant reduction of the inflammatory marker, and treatment was found to be safe and well tolerated. Then soluble fiber, mainly the galactomannan, that is also few studies have been done. The clinical 8 weeks resistant trained male also. And also we have done some good animal studies also. So this is done on the in USA with 48 resistant trained male, mostly the cycling area, significant reduction in the body fat percentage, and also the increase in the muscle strength and performance. So it is purely in the sports nutrition area.
Dr. Dilip?
Yes.
I'm getting messages from organizers also, because we have run out of time. So I would request you that minimum time that you can take. It's very interesting.
I will.
In fact,
I will go fast.
Yes, and if you can take 5 to 10 minutes in winding up, that will be very nice of you. I'm very sorry for this, but please understand.
No, I think we spent more time in the introduction of the chairperson or speaker.
Okay,
but when we start talking with the organizer, they give me 1 hour time. Now it is coming to 20 minutes. It's shame. Anyway,
please go ahead.
If we see the cinnamon, and that is the Sri Lankan cinnamon, not the Chinese cinnamon, we are concentrating on the procyanidin type A polymers, and that is the signature molecule in this fraction. You can see the different compound present in that different parts of the plant: leaves, bark, root, fruits, and buds and flower. And we all know what is the traditional use of cinnamon: India, China, Sri Lanka, Egypt, Europe, and Indonesia. So these are the few areas we are targeting. One is the antioxidant area, antimicrobial, anti-diabetes, anti-allergic, and anti-cancer. So this is the area that is we called hay fever. It is very common throughout the world. The technical term is allergic rhinitis. So this is also approved by TGA Australia, Health Canada, and Ministry of Ayush also. And safety is very high: no dryness of nose, no drowsiness, no loss of smell, no rebound congestion, no ear blocking. So those who are using the synthetic corticosteroid, you can see you have a lot of problem in this area, that safety area. But because it is a purely cinnamon-based product, and we are using as nasal spray, only 100 nanogram in 100 microliter of spray. So that means very little amount of cinnamon is going straight to the target area.
Dr. Dilip?
Yes.
Dilip? Yeah, I discussed with the organizers, and you can take 20 to 25 minutes more, and please go as per your earlier speed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you can see that in synthetic area, there are, I cannot name the product name, but these are all multinational big pharmaceutical house product. These are all corticosteroid, antihistamine, or nasal decongestant. But there are some natural products also in the market. These are the nasal strip, essential oil, rinse system, saline nasal spray, and balms also. So as I mentioned, we developed initially this product for the allergic rhinitis. Now we are moving to the flu-like symptoms, and this is very common around the world also. And also we have started 2 clinical trial in India also on the COVID patient also. I will show you some very interesting initial results, and you can see the potential of this our traditional medicine also. So when you use the corticosteroid or nasal decongestant or saline product, you can see these are the all safety issues. So, but in cinnamon-based product, there is no safety issues. But in addition, because your sleep pattern will improve, if you use the synthetic the corticosteroid, you will lose your good sleep also. And then you can feel the pressure in your eardrum also. So here you can't feel anything. And these are heavily researched. We have completed 2 clinical trials, and both are double-blinded, placebo-controlled. We have done preclinical study to know the mechanism, how it works, and also the some extensive safety studies also. So this is the first one, 2 separate study, 100 microgram in 100 microliter. And you can see the 4-week study and 7-day studies also. We have done 1 study in India, 1 study in Australia also. So it can improve quality of life, reduce nasal symptoms, IE symptoms, non-hay fever symptoms, improved work productivity, and no effect on sleep also. So these are the some publication. You can, if you are interested, you can go. And this is the product based on this cinnamon. So the next area is, this is a very important area, although the product not approved yet, because we haven't submit any dossier to any regulatory bodies, but we have done some good studies also. So how cinnamon acts as a chemo adjuvant. So that means, as you know, the chemotherapy, the doxorubicin or paclitaxel. So this has lot of side effect, bad side effect. So one is the hair loss, that is the alopecia. Another is the weight loss, loss of appetite and fatigue, and mucositis, the abrasive mouth, even the GI tract also, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, blood-related side effect, and hepatotoxicity and nephrotoxicity also. So in our, we have done only 1 clinical trial. We have showed, this is the trial, although it is a small trial. We are planning to repeat this in Australia also. It was done on a breast cancer patient. We are planning to include some other cancer patient also. That is 34 female breast cancer patient undergoing chemotherapy. So effect on body weight, you can see the visit 1, visit 2, visit 3, and visit 4. So there is a very consistent increase of weight. Where is the placebo? There is a consistent decrease of weight. So if you go to the hair density also, that is we can measure by the trichoscan method. So I am not going to discuss all these details, but after 4 chemotherapy, we have seen people are almost bald. So there is no hair remaining. But you can see the hair density in cinnamon product, that is baseline 44.53. After 3 months, that is placebo, you can see there is a significant decrease of this. So that means the cinnamon that can stop of falling of the hair, and also some improvement of the hair growth. So you can see not only the hair and weight, so some anti-emetic medication also we have done, some vomiting episode also, that is almost decrease. Total number of diarrhea also decrease. Patient with cinnamon group showed decrease in the RBC count and hemoglobin. So in all area which are related to the after chemotherapy effect, so that cinnamon treatment can reduce this one. So this is my last area. It is very significant, not in present COVID situation, but in the future any pandemic area. So as we know, the main protein, that is the we called the that spike protein, that bind with the ACE2 receptor. But if you stop this binding, so that means that you can reduce the viral load. That means uh, you can stop binding of the virus with our respiratory cell. Uh, that means that spike protein cannot bind to the ACE2 receptor. That means you can reduce the viral load. So what we have done, we have already published 3 or 4 very high level publication also. That is a PLOS One type of publication. And we sent our last study in the Nature Review also. So you can see that cinnamon that can go through the glycan masking also, and that can blocking the RBD and AC2 interaction. You can see that spike protein S1, they bind to the ACE2 receptor and viral attached with our cell, but this one stop this thing. So we have done a lot of computer simulation model also, and you can see that computer simulation is a dose dependent also. So that means if you go higher dose at some level, you will get more results, but if you go that, you will get the less results also. And very recently it published a few months back also that cinnamon also, it has very they bound with several receptors also, you can see. So this is the summary. So cinnamon, they can work through the NOX2 inhibitor, that is the antioxidant pathway, expression of LL37, that is the antiviral activity, but most importantly, that is specifically for the COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, that is they stopped spike protein attachment with the virus, that is suppression of ACE receptor. So 2 studies already started in India, the 2 multi-center clinical trial. One is the prophylactic trial, that is phase 1 and phase 2 with nasal spray of cinnamon extract 100 microgram per nostril twice a day, 60 days, and 285 patients we are targeting. This extract is higher in procyanidin A. And the another trial, that is a therapeutic trial. It is not a nasal with high dose of particular extract of cinnamon, and that will go for the 15 days trial. So this one just accepted in a Journal of Ayurveda case report, that is published by All India Institute of Ayurveda. A cinnamon derived procyanidin A compound, potential candidate molecule against coronavirus, including COVID-19. So that my summary work, what we have done in last few years. So sorry for taking a little bit extra time. So if you have any question, you can ask me, or you can send me to my email ID. You can see at the bottom. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. And it was really very interesting to find use of fenugreek and cinnamon. Especially now, in fact, I'm feeling very enlightened when you said that fenugreek can control cholesterol level, even fats. It can check blood pressure, and of course the colonic health also, and it is anti-diabetic. That I had heard, earlier also, but now it is proved. That is what you said.
Yes.
And about this cinnamon nasal spray, and as you said, that it's a potential candidate to fight a pandemic like COVID-19 in future also. That's also very, I would say, educational for me and for all the participants.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh, for that very lucid and enlightening address on medicinal uses of fenugreek and cinnamon. And I am, requesting the organizers, as the Dr. Ghosh has said, he has been, in fact, he has volunteered that you can email the questions to him. But if anybody who wants to ask the questions, if organizers do have an arrangement for any questions to be put to any of the 2 speakers, I'll be grateful before I give my closing remarks. Sanjay, is there a provision? I think they are not able to hear me. Dr. Ghosh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think maybe that they don't have this provision, but certainly I am very sure that you'll get a lot of emails, and you should be ready to answer the queries, because it has really been very interesting talk on fenugreek and cinnamon, and
Sure.
same goes true for Professor Pulak also. He's also very likely to get many queries. And I would just end here by just giving a few suggestions to the organizers. I would say that with both the speakers, it has been very, very knowledgeable insight, which they have thrown on the subject of nutraceuticals. And in other words, it's called also, they call it also functional food. The food which has got medicinal property also, and it is connected with our food style and food habits also. I would say that, as has been pointed out by earlier speaker also, that we do have to have a system in place whereby we can have scientific evidences for verification and validation of these medicinal products, coming from different medicinal plants and having food value also. And if we could develop a proper certification standard against which these could be tested and audited, and a proper certificate could be given for verification and validation of their scientific evidences as food with the medicinal value. And also, I would also like to organizer to please, if they could kindly note that if we have adequate policy and institutional support to promote cultivation of these medicinal plants by small farmers, or even any type of farmers, so that they can trade and grow these medicinal plants freely, and can enhance their income also. So with those comments, I would like to thank, from the core of my heart, both the speakers, Professor Pulok as well as Dr. Dilip Ghosh, for the lucid talks in which they have given on the subject of nutraceuticals, these functional foods. Thank you very much, both the speakers, and thank you very much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this session. Thanks a lot, everybody.
My pleasure.
Over to you, organizers. I do believe, Dr. Ghosh, that somebody is still around. Sanjay? Sanjay, Ashish, any one of you there? Dr. Ghosh, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
you are
Professor.
audible, and there is no question from the audience.
Yes, yes. Yeah, please,
However,
please, please
we may
take over.
get lots of queries regarding.
Sanjay, there is some problem with your audio, but we can understand that you are giving the closing remarks of this session. Professor Pulak and Dr. Yes, I think we see. Sanjay?
Dilip Ghosh. Though there is right now there is no live question. However, there is options for feedback or question for the individual speakers. Obviously, we are getting some of the queries, and that will forward to both the speakers. So we are very much thankful, and once again we thank you very much for your valuable time. However, keeping in view the time could not be extended, but obviously we will hear you again, and also extend our queries to you. And we are also thankful to Dr. Jagdish Kishore for chairing the session. So now we'll break for lunch. So we invite all of you to have lunch. However, virtual participants, uh, obviously you can have your lunch by the time, and we will start our next session as 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot once again.
अगर आपको कुछ बोलना हो ऐसे लगाइएगा बोलना हेलो जोर से बोलिए ना म्यूट है इसमें तो अभी आप अनम्यूट हैं गोंग है
Can you hear me?
Çok mu spor kalmışım dedim ya, bu adamı kravatlı görünce.
Hayır hocam, ne spor var? Ceketiniz var.
Şu adamın İngilizcesini şey yaparsan, Erba, sakallıyım.
Üçüncü siyah, tamam.
Acayip bir şey. O konuşuyor. Sesi iyi gelir inşallah. Şunu geri çıkaralım.
Niye bir açıklık var acaba?
Yalnız değil mi?
Bence onlar deyince yalnız.
Ama şehre bassın, bu tarafa geçirdi beni. Bunu kapamayayım yanlışlıkla. Ama yazımın üzerine gelecek onun. Şöyle daha rahat çiçeklerin olduğu, böceklerin olduğu kenar vardı. Onun için genelde sunumlarda böyle şeyler koymaya başladım. Bu tarafları geniş bırakmaya başladım her.
ওটা স্ক্রিন শেয়ার করে দিয়েছে সেই জন্য আমার সাউন্ড যাচ্ছে না Am I
Yeah,
audible?
audible. You are audible. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yeah. You are audible. Please proceed.
Oh, I have talked a lot anyway. So we have now session of opportunities and challenges of medicinal plants cultivation, and we have four speakers, including Dr. Osman Kola, is a professor.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Very good afternoon. Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Hello.
Very good afternoon.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Am I audible? Okay. Shall we proceed?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So very good afternoon. Welcome to the second scientific session, opportunities and challenges of medicinal plants cultivation. See, there are a lot of opportunities in the cultivation sector, medicine, particularly on the medicinal plant cultivation. There are high value species, cultivation of high value species, cultivation of high volume species, cultivation of economically important species, and cultivation of wild relative species, and cultivation of important RET species. So these are all areas where we can have a lot of opportunities, and particularly the areas, the medicinal products, food products, and cosmetics. These industries are very much utilization of these medicinal plant raw materials, and there are a lot of opportunities also. Apart from this, there are exports. Export is one of the important area where we can have opportunities to get more information, more more aspects on the involvement of medicinal plants development. And apart from that, when we look at the challenges, there are many challenges are there. The quality is one of the important quality raw material. That is the challenge. And another thing is quantity. Whether we are getting exact quantity for all the ASU industries, there is a question mark. And apart from that, there are challenges in good agricultural practices, good cultivation practices, good collection practices, and also for good laboratory practices. These are all challenges and issues, many things, because adulteration is one of the important issues in the raw material. So when we look at these things, these activities for cultivation of medicinal plant and challenges, there are a lot of issues and challenges and opportunities are there. Today we have four speakers. Professor Dr. Osman Kola, Turkey Science and Technology University from Turkey. Dr. K.C. Chaku, Regional Director, Southern Region from Kerala, RCFC. And Dr. Arun Chandan, Regional Director, RCFC, Northern Region 1 from Himachal Pradesh. And another speaker is Professor Sheikh Bilal Ahmed, Regional Director, RCFC, Northern Region 2 from JNK. So we may have very good information about the cultivation and opportunities and challenges from all the 4 speakers. They're very good expert in the cultivation and other activities. So one by one, we'll go through that. I welcome all 4 of you. Then for first presentation, I'll request to call Professor Dr. Osman Kola, Turkey Science and Technology University, Faculty of Engineering Department of Food Engineering, Adana, Turkey. So now I request to Osman Kola to take up the session, please.
Thank you, Morgan Swan.
Yeah, please.
Today I am going to present you general situation and importance of medicinal and aromatic plants in Turkey. In my presentation, I will talk about the following subjects respectively: Turkey's world location, Turkey plant diversity, the situation of medicinal and aromatic plants in Turkey, pilot scale extraction system, and the most widely grown medicinal and aromatic plants in Turkey. Turkey's world location. Turkey is a country located in the world center. It's also the closest country to the richest countries in terms of gross national product. It serves as a natural bridge between East-West and North-South and is an effective and cost-effective exit point to major markets. It has access to 1.5 billion customers in Europe, Eurasia, the Middle East, and North Africa. Access to numerous markets with a total GDP of $25 trillion. Turkey is very rich in plant diversity because of being at the intersection of 3 biogeography and having 2 gen centers in the world. Turkey has a great wild plants with 11,707 plant varieties. A total of 3,649 of these plants are endemic species, and varieties belong to our country, which are grown under some specific climate and soil condition peculiar to the region. This provides a significant advantage in medicinal and aromatic plants cultivation in Turkey, among other countries. The situation of medicinal and aromatic plants in Turkey. Medicinal and aromatic plants are used for preventing diseases, living a healthy life, and disease healing. The number of plants with species collected from nature that are subject to trade in the domestic market is approximately 350. Approximately 100 of these plants are exported. Although the change over the years, 20 kinds of medicinal and aromatic plants are cultivated in 1.3 million hectares in Turkey. Medicinal and aromatic plants are mostly grown in natural environments, but they can be cultured and cultivated in controlled manner. There are dozens of plants in the foraging trade of medicinal and aromatic plants. Some of these plants are included in both industrial plants and medicinal and aromatic plants. There is no special classification and custom tariff statistic position number for medicinal and aromatic plants. Turkey's export of medicinal and aromatic plants in approximately $303.6 million, and the import excluding coffee is about $267.1 million. As in the world, in Turkey, medicinal and aromatic plants are either collected from nature or cultivated. In Turkey, 75% of medicinal and aromatic plants are collected from their natural habitat and forests. Cultivated varieties are limited in number and area. Collected from nature, daphne, mahalep, linden, sage, rosemary, licorice, juniper, thyme. Cultivated, cumin, anise, thyme, poppy, saffron, cumin, fennel, mint, hop, coriander, and sage. Varieties cultured in Turkey. Poppy, cumin, and saffron have been cultivated for a long time. Anise, fennel, coriander, mint, basil, black seed, cumin, chili pepper, rose damascena, tea plant, bitter gourd, and hop. Rosemary, echinacea, caper, thyme, lavender, chamomile. Bulbous plants like soapfruit, tipton, wheat, glanthus, salep, loden lily, dragon, arum, Drascunculus vulgaris, lilium, fritillaria imperialis, and tulip are among the new cultivars. The most important plants in export: thyme, papaver, somniferum, daphne, tea plant, anise, cumin, sage, mahalep, chili pepper, and herbal teas. Turkey is the most important exporter of thyme, daphne, and papaver somniferum in the world. Thyme takes place on the top in exports with a share of 25%. The project for improving the production of aromatic and medicinal plants and dye plants was initiated by General Directorate of Plant Production. Since 2018, this project has been implemented in 38 provinces. In the following years, the project is aimed to be implemented in 81 provinces. We can use a lot of system for medicinal and aromatic system extraction. For example, in my laboratory in Turkey, distillation system, cold press, solid extraction system, pyrolysis system, discriminal distribution system, and etc. Sage is a valuable essential oil and spice plant belonging to Laminaceae family. According to data from 2019, 92 different taxon and naturally in Turkey. 44 of 92 sage species grown in Turkey are endemic. Although it's reported that there are 900 sage species in the world, the species with the highest medicinal and therefore commercial value are medicinal sage or Dalmatian sage, Greek or Anatolian sage, apple sage, Spanish sage, and musk sage. Turkey is ranked as the 13th in the world in terms of the salvia species richness. It's reported that nearly half of the sage species grown naturally in Turkey are endemic, and it's reported that Salvia fructicos and Salvia tomentosa species, which are called shalba or chalba, are mostly collected. Medicinal sage is not growing naturally in Turkey. The other plant, rosemary, Turkish name Biberia. Rosemary is an evergreen plant that belongs to Laminaceae family with thin leaves that look like a needle. It's a bush-looking plant with purple flowers. It's reported that there are 25 types of rosemary. The only species that grow naturally in Turkey is Rosmarinus officinalis L. Rosemary is usually grown in forest areas. There is no cultivated rosemary. It grows spontaneously in fields and forest areas. Rosemary production usually starts in the middle of July and continues in August, September. The rosemary cut in the field is either left as shoots or laid on the roadside. The rosemary dried for 7 or 10 days, is whisked, and dry leaves are bagged. Selection breeding for rosemary was done 449.1 kilogram decars. Dry leaf was obtained from the weighted test 5. Daphne is the common name of the plant species in the genus Laurus of the Lauriceae family, with the appearance of evergreen tree or shrub. It's a round crown, frequently branched evergreen tree located up 1,200 meters altitude in Mediterranean, Aegean, Marmara and Black Sea region in wooded areas in Turkey. The areas it's grown naturally and starting from Hatay in Mediterranean area and extends up to eastern and western Mediterranean, Aegean, Marmara and Black Sea region in Turkey. In addition to leaves and fruits of Daphne, which are subjected to trade and create economic value, the fixed and essential oils obtained from the leaves and fruits are important commercial products. Turkey, which meets the demand of close to 90% of the world's Daphne leaves, is the most important supplier of this product. Daphne constitutes about 24% of Turkey's medicinal and aromatic plants exported value. Turkey Daphne leaf production reached 28,582 tons in 2018. Pine nut. Pine nut belongs to the Pinaceae family, is type of pine that spreads on Aegean and Mediterranean coastlines, particularly Spain, Italy, Crete, and Turkey. In Turkey, it is naturally found in Bergama, Kozak Basin, Aydın, Mazon, Kaçarlı region, in large wooded areas in Katrancı Basin. Although the seeds of more than 20 pine species can be eaten in the world, there are 4 important pine species subject to world trade. These are Pinea, sibirica, Gerardiana, and Coraiensis. Pine nut is typical Mediterranean plant. It is mostly grown in Spain, in Mediterranean basin. In Turkey, it's grown in large areas in the Aegean, Mediterranean, and Marmara region. In Turkey, there is a total of 183 183,128 pine nut forests. The 50,789 of them are natural, and 132,339 of them are afro-roasted area. Cantoria. Kentori is a medicinal plant that belongs to the Hyperaceae family and has been used especially in wound treatment for a long time. There are 19 sections and approximately 100 taxon of Hypericum species in Turkey, and 45 taxon among these are reported to be endemic. In recent years, especially in developed countries, Herba Hypericaceae has been one of the most widely used herbal material in the pharmaceutical industry. Hypericin was accepted as the active substance in Hypericum perforatum until 1995. It's naturally formed in Marmara, Black Sea, Aegean, Central and Eastern Anatolia, Mediterranean, and Southeast Anatolia region in Turkey. There are 19 sections and approximately 100 taxon of Hypericum species in Turkey, and 45 taxon among these are reported to be endemic. Locust bean. Carob, Carotonia siliqua, belongs to Ceacilophinoideas subfamily of the Leguminosae family. In 2017, 16 tons of carob production was carried out in Turkey. 70% of the locusts are obtained from wild trees in Turkey. In 2017, 16 tons of carob fruit was obtained from 335,687 trees that gave fruit. The yield per tree is 45 kilograms. Spain takes place near the top of the terms of field. Obtained locust and Portugal, Morocco, Italy, Greece, and Turkey are to follow, respectively. Turkey's importance of carob are scheduled seeds in different forms from Germany, Switzerland, France, and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Thyme is the general name of Thymus, Thymbra, Origanum, Corydotimus, Saturgia genus from the Laminaceae family. Turkey is in the center of the Laminaceae family gen, and there are 45 varieties, 571 species, and 761 taxon belong to this family. Thyme, which has a 50.61% endemism rate in our country, is Turkey's third richest family. According to researchers carried out in Turkey, there are 81 species belong to 5 different thyme genera, and 41 of them are endemic. While the endemism rate of Origanum species is 66.66%, it is 51.28% for Thymus species and 33.33% for Saturgia species. Oreganum's natural range is 600,683 hectares of forest in Turkey, while the production potential in this area 5,241 tons year. Until the early 2000s, a large proportion of the time, as 95% of which are exported from Turkey, were collected from nature. The essential oil content in medicinal thyme is 2 or 7% in Turkey. Thymol and carvacrol increase up to 85%, and thyme species present and important economic potential. Rosehip. It is a shrub belonging to the Rosaceae family that can grow 1 or 3.5 meters tall with thorny trunk and branches. Although there are about 100 species in the world, it is available along with at least 24 taxons in Turkey. Rosa canina L is the most common and recognized. In Turkey, although it may be found up to 2,500 meters altitude, starting from the beach in the North Aegean, Marmara and Black Sea region. In the south, it's found from an altitude of 500 or 600 meters on the Mediterranean coast. The seeds of rosehip are not used making marmalade, fruit juice, or herbal tea. It's used as animal feed or fertilizer. Rosehip fruit is used as fruit juice, marmalade, pulp, and tea bags in Turkey, especially Gümüşhane, Erzincan, and Tokat. Lavender. The species belong to genus Lavandula from the Labiate family, are known as lavender. There are 32 species of genus in the world. Lavender are grown in France, Bulgaria, Spain, Italy, Romania, Ukraine, Turkey, Australia, and United States. According to Turkish stat, the lavender fields in Turkey has exceeded 8,600 hectares in 2018. Two types of lavender are cultivated commercially. These are lavandin and lavender. There are varieties, Lavandula X intermediate variety in Turkey. Truffle. Tuber truffle species are natural foods that grow under the ground. Edible, delicious, and have unique aroma. 7 of 24 truffle species in Turkey are endemic. The most common species of truffle that grows in Turkey, which is black in color, Tuber aestivum variety. Truffle mushroom is richer in protein and minerals than other mushrooms. In the trade of truffles, Turkey in the medium and long term from the world market aimed at getting a share of $1 billion. The price per kilogram of truffles varies between 100 euros and 1,500 euros depending on the genus, variety, and quality. Thank you so much for listening to me. For the topics you want to ask, you can contact me from my contact information. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful presentation about the medicinal plant diversity in Turkey. Particularly, you have highlighted oregano, lavender species, and you said that 8,600 hectares lavender has been cultivated in 2018. It is wonderful information. Now, I think we'll have some questions, discussions from audience participants.
Soru mu varmış?
Öyle dedi.
Ne soru?
One or two questions from participants.
Yeah, this is, am I audible?
Yeah, please. You are audible.
See, Chaco, maybe the next presenter, It was a very
please.
highly informative presentation.
Okay,
And
let us go for next
Sharma,
let us go for next presentation. Now to another presentation from Kerala RCFC Southern Region. Dr. K.C. Chaku is with us, and he will give more information and he will highlight some of the issues and challenges in the cultivation areas, particularly in the southern region. So let us proceed with Chaku. Sir, please continue.
yeah. Can you kindly upload my presentation, please? My PPT presentation, please. Hello.
Yeah, please.
Can you kindly upload my presentation, sir? Sanjay Bala, sir.
Admin. Please wait a minute, sir.
Okay, okay, no problem, no problem.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Can I start without presentation, sir? The PPT presentation? Hello?
Yes, you can start, sir.
So, you are not able to upload? Okay.
RCFC.
The topic, yeah. The topic, the title given for the topic is opportunities and challenges in medicinal plant sector.
RCFC
Sir,
Kolkata, please upload PPT of Dr. Chaku. RCFC Kolkata, please upload the PPT of Dr. Chaku.
So we are currently uploading the PPT file. If we can share the screen, it will be, like clearer in the Zoom messenger.
Dr. Chagu sir, otherwise, if you have PPT, you can also share with your side.
Now I'll go ahead with my what you call I'll talk, and in between if we get the PPT, that's fine.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Please proceed. Please proceed.
It is a simple presentation.
Okay. Okay.
I have listed out the factors and players, and
Right.
and under that factors and players, what is the situation now and what is required.
Right. Okay.
Under factors and players, I have listed 4 items. Number 1 is demand, second one is land, third one is entrepreneurs, fourth one is market, and the fifth one is government. I thought if these factors and players are taken care of, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, yes, good. As you see, on the top, you can see the factors or players and the situation and what is required. Now, under factors, you can see demand, the land, entrepreneurs, and the government. You can see, as you know, we have a high domestic and export demand. No one in this forum will contradict that. There is no, special data also required to substantiate that. But what is required in this case is, from our experience, while dealing with the buyers, what we have found is quality assurance is required. To give an example, we have put one Tamil Nadu entrepreneur in touch with one of the leading exporters in the country. He is number 2 organic exporters in the country. This Tamil Nadu entrepreneur, he was growing what you call drumstick. He collects drumstick leaves, dried one, either in leaves form or powder form. In domestic market, the drumstick leaves get around 65 to 70 rupees. But the exporter is willing to give 270 rupees provided he satisfies the quality control parameters. At our interest, special interest, they collected sample from that industry and sent for testing. Most of the tests undergone, he qualified. The sample qualified, except in one test where they detected pesticide spray during the last 3 months. Hence, the consignment failed. This gives a clear example as to we should give importance for quality assurance. I have just explained only one quality assurance. There are many instances. We can note anyone involved in export or high quality internal consumption will go for material, and only when this quality material is cultivated by farmers, he gets profit. His material is sold out. This quality, drug research is also important. You may wonder why I am speaking about drug research when we are talking about medicinal plants cultivation. As one of our presenter, I heard him telling that our products should always be evidence-based. whatever product we make out of the this raw drug, until it is tested and accepted by respective drug authorities, that drug will not stand for a long time in the market, or may not enter market at all. Only if such drugs enter into market, domestic market as well as international market, the farm cultivation will be promoted. That is about demand. Now, coming to land, we are wondering whether we have enough land to cultivate. Yes, with the inflow of people coming to inquire about medicinal plants cultivation, we find that there is lot of scope for extending our land area. This morning, a person from Tamil Nadu came all the way from Tamil Nadu to Kerala to meet us and seek advice. He has more than 100 acres in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. That's all owned by his grandfather and transferred. So there are 4 types of lands mainly: uncultivated land, unproductive land. This unproductive land will be either in government or private sector, and people go for crop rotation. For example, people who have been cultivating rubber for quite a long time, they are seeking an alternative species for cultivation. So in medicinal plant sector, we have several multi-purpose tree crops as well as species which can be intercultivated. Another scope is intercropping. People plantations aware of species intercropped with which will get revenue. Now, when problem, there are not many to give them advice. Okay, piecemeal advices are always there, but on a turnkey basis, we need to have a system where these people are given consultancy services, right from sourcing the planting material, site identification, planting, harvesting, post-harvest technology, and even marketing. Such sort of a consultancy system has to be in place, either in private sector or government sector. That type of a turnkey consultancy programs services will have to be ensured. How we can ensure that, we will have to think over. One of the ways by which this can be done is by taking the services of people who are already doing these activities in the field. Then target planting. We have always been talking about quality planting material, QPM. Now it is time that we turn to target planting material. A quality planting material which is required, which is needed for a particular situation or a site is termed as a target planting material. I'm not going to details of that one. Machinery is another important thing. People are unable to find suitable machinery for planting, harvesting. For example, in Kerala, Sida alnifolia, people pull it out manually. They need a specialized machine. I understand that there are machines for harvesting potato and other tuber crops, but we need to have. And also post-harvest machinery, there also machinery for each thing. For example, somebody was inquiring about asparagus peeling machine. I inquired different places. Somebody said it's only 40% successful. Somebody said it will only be successful to 60%, and no one said that such a machine is there. Entrepreneurs, the main entrepreneurs and new entrants are there. We find IT industry leaving their job and to cultivate this one. engineers from different areas, administrative people from many sectors, they take to farming. What is needed is again a consultancy service for in technology, funding, pre-processing, packaging, and marketing. Should be and also they should be advised of the financial support in the country. Coming to market, as I said, quality conscious, and there should be supply, sustained supply. People take up cultivation and they enter into a buyback agreement with the industry. They say that, sorry, this time the crop failed, we are unable to give. I thought we will get this much production, and it did not happen. That cannot happen when you enter into a buyback arrangement on a sustained basis with an industry. In this case, certification is important. Testing facilities should be there. The buyback and buyback should be abided by both the seller and buyer. There are instances, for example, in Andhra Pradesh, we have seen that people cultivated aloe vera. The buyback agreement did not, that was a breach of trust from the buyer. So they suffered. So such thing cannot happen. Also, when I spoke to an industry, they said, we will buy, provided they have to give us, they have to give, abide by the quantity they have agreed. Last one, but not the least, favorable. Government of India, different states are encouraging the medicinal plants cultivation. What is required is timely action from the government and the government agencies. Any delay in releasing funds or accepting their projects, processing it, etc., will amount to loss for the farmers, and they may not come back to this venture again once they are unsatisfied. Next slide, please. Yes, I'm just giving a glimpse of what we have been doing in terms of promoting cultivation. You can see in the first slide, Plumbago indica is being cultivated by a farmer in Kerala, where our CEO also visited recently. And that in the next slide, you see a godown where Sida aldifolia has been stored. You can see how bulky it is, and there should be a post-harvest or pre-processing technology by which the bulk should be reduced and it should be packaged neatly and given to the farmer. You can see Acorus calamus being cultivated in Telangana. Rauwolfia serpentina also in Telangana. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, curcuma cassia, black turmeric, being cultivated at the instance of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University in Periyakulam. And Melia dubia ossimum agroforestry system in Yadgir district, a remote district in Karnataka. Next, please. Here we show just an instance of how we can value add a product and encourage the industry to take it up. You see in the bottle, you can see it's a amla shreddings produced by RCFC Southern, and being at the bottom, you see it is being handed over by the principal investigator of the project to the MD Aushadhi, in presence of a cooperative society who will take up it on a large scale. The MD, managing director of the Aushadhi, that's a state-owned pharmaceutical corporation in Kerala, they have agreed to give an order for a first batch of Chavanaprasham of this product, irrespective of rates are all not finalized. same Aushadhi has accepted from us a pre-processed packet Alna Sida alnifolia for use in their organization. So these are the ways by which we can pre-processing and you see, Amla, these seeds, normally forestry people, they find it difficult to pre-treat for germination. Now, this is equivalent to a pre-treated one. Once it is dried, the seeds inside break open and come out, and that can be planted in the nursery or for deforestation. Next, please. With this, I thank you. These are all maybe things which are known to us, but it is not listed out, and that will go from our memory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sakusab. You have given some highlights about the demand and land activities and marketing related activities and drug research too. Then you also given that some of the cultivation of medicinal plants, Plumbago xylonica, Sida, Acorus, Ravalfia, and Curcuma, and Melia species. I think you might have all the agro techniques of these species. You might have documented the agro techniques of all these species?
Yes, sir, we have.
Acha, okay, please, you can share it to our NMBB so that we can proceed further. So any cultivator of the above species can contact RCFC Southern Region, Kerala for further information of these species. So any questions from participants, please? If any questions, please. Otherwise, we'll proceed to next speaker.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So now we'll go for the next speaker. Next speaker is Dr. Arun Chandan, Regional Director, RCFC Northern Region 1, Himachal Pradesh. So Himachal Pradesh and Jammu Kashmir is mostly on higher altitude medicinal plants, and we may have very good information from both speakers. Particularly in Himachal Pradesh, and there is a lot of higher altitude, high volume species, also the high valued species of Aconitum and Podophyllum, Exandrum, Virginia, Himalaya, like that higher altitude species are growing there. Let us have some good information from Dr. Arun Chandra, sir. Sir, please take over your session, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Although I am unwell today, but still I thought because it was a commitment, so I should be there for the presentation. So I am not using any PPT today. I'll just speak a few of the points. So I will just add to the points which have been raised by Dr. K.C. Chacko, the issues and challenges which are there in cultivation of medicinal plant sector. So as Sir has rightly said that Himalayas, definitely we do have species of high altitude, particularly that RTE species, rare, threatened and endangered species, as he rightly pointed out, like Kutki, Podophyllum, Exandrum, Swarshia chiraita, and number of species are there. Total, we are working on 32 species in Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, two Himalayan states. We do cover Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, Delhi, and Himachal Pradesh for the purpose of marketing and cultivation. So one thing which I would like to highlight here is that this last year and this year, we extensively worked on Picrorhiza acroa, that is Kutki basically. So, most of the Kutki is collected from the wild. So very, very small areas are there under cultivation. In Uttarakhand, area is more, in Himachal, area is less. But on both fronts, for promotion of cultivation, we worked on providing quality planting material for kutki, as well as regulating the trade of kutki, which is collected from the wild. Similarly, another species is Revolvia serpentina, Sarpaganda. For the lower areas of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, as well as Kandi area of Punjab and Haryana, so this species has been introduced, and more than 100 acres of area has been brought under cultivation of Sarpaganda. So this is one great achievement by RCFC NR1. Similarly, 30 metric ton of kutki has been facilitated to be traded by the through the traders to the industry or to the middleman. As far as cultivation challenges, if we discuss, this quality planting material is definitely a big challenge. And in one district of Himachal Pradesh, we have recently taken up the issue of converging this cultivation with various existing schemes, particularly Manrega and subsidy component of National Ayush Mission through the Department of Ayush Himachal Pradesh. So in district Una, this has been taken up along with cultivation of shatavari and stevia together. So this process has been initiated through a network of self-help groups, and those self-help groups, they have organized themselves into a farmer-producer company. That is, I can say that India's first women farmer-producer company, particularly created for the cultivation of medicinal plants, and they have started taking up this Revolvia serpentina, stevia, and shatavari in a large scale. Marketing arrangement has been done. Contrary to the suggestions given by Dr. K.C. Chako, we have entered into an agreement with a company as a buyback arrangement, because as we are dealing with GAP and GFCPs, and we feel it relevant that to introduce good field collection practices as well as cultivation practices, buyback arrangements can go in a long way. And both the parties, particularly as far as the quality concerns are there, because most of the time people, they are not ready to sell their produce at a small price. This is a big challenge which we are facing, because most of the farmers, they in Himachal and Uttarakhand, they took up cultivation of tulsi in a large scale. But when it came to the sale price of tulsi, they refused that they will not be selling tulsi less than 200 rupees a kilo, because companies, they were just interested to buy it for 100 rupees or less than that. But what they did is they started value adding tulsi at their group level, and they started selling it, and they are now getting good returns for their produce. We have 4 types of lands here. We have a lot of wastelands in mountains. As far as the high altitude species goes, it's a big challenge that we have very less land to cultivate. Private land is very less, and gestation period of most of the Himalayan species is 3 to 4 years. So this is a big challenge actually. So and to meet out that challenge, we are looking into grasslands which are in high altitude areas. Even we do have private forest which belong to the people. So we are trying to introduce some schemes with the state governments where long-term plans for cultivation of medicinal plants can be taken up. We feel that a big challenge is there, because medicinal plants, they are not insured actually. Farmers, they don't have any security for insurance of medicinal crops, and it's a big challenge which should be taken care immediately. As I told in marketing, we are into the process of helping the farmers as well as the traders to regulate the wild collection of the species. So we did in case of Kutki and Podophyllum this year. We brought a lot of other stakeholders into this thing, because a lot of demand was received from outside. Similarly, we have documented a lot of case studies, successful farmers, failures of the farmers who have taken up cultivation of medicinal plants. As Dr. Chako has said, most of young people who have come back from cities back to the mountains, back to the villages in Himalayas. So they have started doing some cultivation of medicinal plants. They have started turmeric cultivation. they are into kutki cultivation and some other species cultivation. So certification we have taken up because with some of the farmer producer companies which we have constituted in Punjab, Haryana and Himachal. So we have taken up certification process with SGS because they were interested to export their produce to Poland and America. So to get their products registered or pass through FDA, so we have approached SGS. So those companies are now in touch with SGS for certification so that they can export their produce now. And on similar grounds, they are even in touch with some other certification agencies for getting certified their private forest as organic and other certifications. So I personally believe that to just make success in this sector, cultivation of medicinal plants, we need to manage the entire chain of supply chain management, because we need to look into high-tech post-harvest management processes. We need to go for quality planting material, good genetically this preserved planting material, as well as good cultivars. We need to give it to the farmers so that good quality, or because the major challenge is the cost benefit analysis. Because if we compare the production of medicinal plants with the traditional crops, definitely we need to prove that they can give them double or triple income if certain inputs are given. So to manage the supply chain management, so we have introduced small initiatives. We have, I was just going through the presentation of Dr. Osman, and I was impressed with the small post-harvest techniques they are using. So similarly, we have also collected information and collected samples of some small machines for post-harvest management, which we have been giving to the farmers so that they can value add their produce at the source, or even they can go further for processing their produce as a food supplement or a Ayush medicine, and then they can sell it out. So we have small success stories where young people, they are now growing buckwheat and they are now processing buckwheat and they are making certain products under food, under FSSAI, and they are selling it. They are doing good business out of that. So I call it as an end-to-end solution. So we are encouraging end-to-end solution for farmers who have less land, and they can collaborate with the farmers locally, and then they can collectively process it, and then they can sell it. To take it further, RCFC NR1 has collaborated with Department of Industries Himachal Pradesh under a CM startup scheme to initiate entrepreneurship in medicinal plant sector. So we have now right now we have 10 incubators who are incubating at our center. They are using our facilities. They are doing innovations in product development, and now they are in between. Now they are developing their products. So we have collaborated with the Khadi and Village Industries Commission. We have collaborated with the leading banks, SIDBI and other banks. They are financing our incubators, and they are taking benefit of state industrial policy and coming up in a big way. So this is brief about some of the challenges and issues which I would like to share, and some of the activities of RCFC NR1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arun Chandra sir. You have given a very good information about the high altitude species, the challenges which you are facing right now. Anyhow, the marketing is one of the important aspects, and you have highlighted some of the points. In fact, even NLBB and industry is going to tie up with to establish a marketing, good marketing for the raw material. It is under processing, and in another couple of months or next financial year, we can do that work also of Sadidam and all the things for marketing purpose. So now we'll expert some questions. If anything, any question from participant, please, you can ask some questions. Otherwise, we'll proceed for the next final presentation. Right. Okay, then we'll go for next presentation. Next presenter is Professor Sheikh Bilal Ahmed, Regional Director, RCFC from JNK, Northern Region 2. Actually, when I have a little experience in Kashmir, Himalaya, because I was working there in Kashmir University for some time, 90 to 97. That time I have field collection at Chekdara, Magadev and Pir Banjal forest areas. The thing is, there is an interesting section information is there is 6 months is the vegetation. Within the 6 months, and they have to make all the vegetation over, harvesting everything. Some of the species are getting at biennials. First year the vegetation species, and next year, second year only you will harvest the end product. So like this, some interesting areas. We will have some good information from Dr. Bilal Ahmed sir. Now I request Dr. Bilal to take the session over. Please, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Am I sharing? Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. So we are talking about today on the cultivation of medicinal plants, opportunities and challenges. Basically, with reference to Jammu Kashmir, as you have got an experience also here, the medicinal plants have been by and large been collected from the wild only for a long time now. And though there are farmers who have started the cultivation of the medicinal plants, but there are some innate issues with them, and there are some other issues insofar as the cultivation is concerned. But it's a good thing that people have started cultivating. We'll be highlighting those challenges, and then what are the different issues, what are different ways that these are being addressed, and what is the way forward for that. So first of all, I would say that our Himalayan region, the high altitude medicinal plants, we would categorize as the Himalayan region into 4 categories. If we talk about Shivaliks and outer Himalayas, which have got an altitude of about 600 to 1500, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Jammu hills, and Arunachal Pradesh comes in it. Then what is the most important is the lesser or the middle Himalayas, in which we have got the Pir Panchal range, we have got Dola Dar in range in this Himachal Pradesh. Then we have got Mussoorie and Nag Tiba in Uttarakhand. Then this is one of the area where we have got most of the these high altitude medicinal plants. Then we have got another region in this, that is the greater Himalayas, and we know that it is a Zojila. La is for the passes, HP Shiplik, and in Uttarakhand also Thagala. And by and large, these are the desert areas which receive very little precipitation, and little biodiversity is actually available in this. And then we have got an important trans-Himalayan or Tibetan Himalayan region, which is which includes Karakoram and Kailash mountain ranges, which are snowbound. But there are important 2 regions, that is Ladakh and Zanskar region, where there is a very good diversity of medicinal plants. Now, important medicinal plants of the Himalayas, JK, HP, and Uttarakhand. We have got, I have listed, there's a very good diversity, but I have listed some of the plants which have got, basically, they are high valued medicinal plants, or they are threatened medicinal plants, or they are being hunted for the trade. So I am listing those medicinal plants here, and particularly these are Atropa acuminata, Texas baccata, Ichnia purpurea, Virginia. We have got Podophyllum, Susuria, Picorrhiza, Berberis, Trillium guanium is one of the important. And then one of the important crops that is being grown in Kashmir is the Crocus sativa, that is the saffron. I'll be talking about this because in this case, I'll tell you there's a success story which was basically on behest of when we talked about CEO National Medicinal Plant Board about this, and they gave us a go for it, and it was really a very successful story. I'll be talking about it. Then in Trans-Himalayan region, we have got some of the important medicinal plants, that is Ephedra gerardiana, and then Hippophaea raminoides, Juniperus communis, and there is the National Medicinal Plant Board is also thinking to have these corridors, particularly in Ladakh, and I think then in the next scheme in which there is which is before the House for the approval, and probably in that there could be a corridor for these plants in the Ladakh region, and farmers will be immensely benefited once this comes up. And this is the general, the medicinal plant is basically in their natural ecosystem, and the plants that I talked about, and this is the photograph of these plants, and now there's a cultivation. They were earlier wild, and now the cultivation is there. Now, I would like to say why the practice is very common so far as a wild harvest. We are talking about cultivation of the medicinal plants, but what is basically the problem with the wild harvest of the medicinal plants, which is in vogue at present also, and people are by and large about 99% percentage of the people are basically getting the plants from the wild, insofar as these high altitude medicinal plants are concerned, although they have got the benefits. Both, for example, from species and ecosystem point of view, which puts the wild plant population in the continuing interest of the local people, because once they start extracting the plants from these ecosystems, there is always the interest that these populations should go there, and it has an advantage. It maintains wild populations, their habitats, and the genetic diversity. From the perspective of the people, it provides access to cash income without prior investment, because it is only a simple collection. It maintains the resource for the rural population on a long-term basis. Of course, if it is being extracted from the unsustainable basis, then it is quite beneficial for the people. And from the market point of view, it is cheaper, as it does not require any infrastructure or critical inputs. Now, one of the things when we talk about these medicinal plants is that we often talk that they should be organic medicinal plant. There should be no pesticides, there should be no these fertilizers in it. So when you go and collect them from their natural habitats, they have got no pesticides and they have got no fertilizers. So this is one of the requirements, and this is what is being required by the companies also. It is also believed by many people that the plants that are being collected from the wild are more powerful. Again, this is because they think once they are brought from the natural ecosystem, high altitudes, and brought down in the plains for the cultivation, probably some of the active ingredients, which are the main components in it, because they get compromised. Now, in this case, this is our present CEO of National Medicinal Plant Board has realized this importance, and he was talking that probably in future we'll be considering giving some mobile testing facilities, so that the cultivators who cultivate these medicinal plants, bringing them from their natural ecosystems, and they will be evaluated for their active ingredients, so that they get better remuneration for their produce. Disadvantage with the wild harvest are there. Uncontrolled harvest leads to extension of ecotypes and species, and there has been an impact. And we're talking about some of the plants which are extremely now threatened and no more available also. And then again, one of the disadvantages is that the common access to the resource makes it difficult to adhere to the quotas and precautionary, because there is a destructive collection techniques, and there is a wanton collection of these medicinal plants from the ecosystem. And destructive harvesting is again one of the things which affects these medicinal plants. That leads to the loss of genetic diversity, extinction of species, habitat destruction, and conversion to crop-based agricultural lands takes place with this. Species threatened with the extinction. So there are a lot of species which used to come from the forest, and there is a lot of pressure on that. However, all the medicinal plants are not equally being affected. The susceptibility or the resilience shown by these medicinal plants depends upon so many factors. There can be some of the medicinal plants which could be highly susceptible, but there could be some of the medicinal plants which could show extreme resilience. Now it depends upon so many factors like narrow or broad geographical distribution. If the geographical distribution is narrow, the pressure is more, while as the broad geographical distribution help us in the resilience. Habitat specificity. If some of the medicinal plants which are grown in specific habitats and they suffer most. And for example, we have got some of the medicinal plants, for example, Susuria, kot, as we know that it grows at certain altitudes. And then once it is extraction is there, excessive extraction is there, the habitat specificity, their habitat specificity, and that results to the extinction or the threat. Population size, small or large, this affects the extinction of the species or the threatening or the lower availability of these medicinal plants. As we know that in case of Texas baccata, which contains Taxol and used for the ovarian cancer, it has become endangered now. So Surya costus, Dactyla reza, and Polygonatum. Arnabia benthami, we used to find this Arnabia benthami very commonly, but now it is very rarely seen anywhere. With a great Trillium guaranium. Trillium guaranium is one of the medicinal plants which sells at the rate of about 5,000 rupees per kg. Now you hardly find it. So there are a lot of issues insofar as this is concerned. Then why do we go for the cultivation of these medicinal plants? As I said that they were easily available in the natural ecosystems. Now there is a need for medicinal plant cultivation of the medicinal plant. Basically, the National Medicinal Plant Board is putting a lot of efforts to see that large chunk of the land in the country is being brought under the cultivation of the medicinal plants. But why is it so? Because the consumption of the herbal medicine is widespread. There's a high market demand for it, and harvesting pressure and destructive collection techniques have led to the reduced availability of these medicinal plants, and they are not in tune for fulfilling the targets of the pharmaceutical companies, and that is why we have to go for the cultivation. What will this cultivation do? Basically, it will provide an alternative source of support, and thus reduce the need for the collection of these plants from the wild. Therefore, this will reduce pressure on the threatened species and promote their conservation as well. Cultivation of medicinal plants will provide an additional source of income for the poor people, and it guarantees the continuous supply of the raw material to the pharmaceutical companies. So that is the advantage why we should go. Additional benefits are it would generate employment, because one is the farmers will start cultivating the medicinal plants in their lands, and that will check the migration of the rural population to the urban areas. That is an additional advantage. It has a relatively higher net return as compared to agricultural, horticultural crops. It can be integrated into existing cropping system or farming system. That is one of the big things, because people don't have to go and raise as a sole crop. It could be integrated with the integrated farming system of the existing crops, and therefore that provides an additional advantage. Foreign exchange earnings through the exports are really very huge. There is low incidence of pests and diseases. Crops can be grown anywhere in the marginal. So there is a need to focus on the cultivation of these medicinal plants. Other benefits of commercial cultivation are the process of collection and harvesting can be effectively monitored under cultivation system. They can be collected at the right time, and because once the collection from the forests or from the natural ecosystem is being done, so the people go and collect them. Maybe it is not the right time when the active ingredient has developed in that. So under the cultivation system, it can be achieved because the harvesting can be done at the right time. Drying and storage can be more effectively, because again we have got a lot of problems insofar as this the products after harvest are being because in order to have good quality drugs, we need to have that proper drying and storage has to be there, and that can be done regulated and controlled very effectively in case of cultivated crops. That is an advantage. Purity of the finished product is assured under cultivation, as the weeds, contaminants and others can be removed during the growth of the crop. Quality and production of the drug can be improved under cultivation by selection of high-yielding and disease-resistant and seeds and varieties. The use of natural fertilizers, which we normally do not apply, for example, in composting and other things, which are not available under the system, but under the cultivation system, they can be added and the yields and the quality can be increased. And therefore, the cultivation will ensure the regular and constant supply to the companies. Disadvantages of cultivation is they are usual with the failure of the higher cost of production, because earlier they are very easily available. Now once it goes for the cultivation, there will be higher cost and lack of required environment from some of the specific plants is required, because they grow in the natural niche areas, and once they are brought into cultivation, you have to provide the adequate environment for their growth. However, these are some of the drawbacks which are found with the other crops also, but that should not stop us from the other from cultivating these plants, because the benefits outweigh these disadvantages. Opportunities for the medicinal plants and the cultivation of widespread use of natural products and chemicals from botanical herbs is there. Very high domestic and export demand, fetch better price, availability of high yielding varieties developed by organizations, they are available with us. Availability of agro techniques is there. Profitable return is on sustainable basis. Good agriculture and collection practices are available, which have been developed by several organizations, and now they have been also brought out by the in the documents of the National Medicinal Plant Board. So they require minimum resources, or their plants could be raised, as I said, in the intercrops in the rational way. Now, what are the challenges in it? Challenges, that is the focus we are talking, because again, National Medicinal Plant Board is going in a big way for the cultivation of the medicinal plants throughout the country. There's a huge target that has been fixed by the Ayush Ministry. Now, what are the challenges that we face? We have got agro techniques. Now, as we say that medicinal plant agro techniques are available, only 1% of the total medicinal plants known globally. National Medicinal Plant Force has compiled although 104 agro technologies so far. That is very well documented. But there is a need to develop large number of these agro technologies, because when we talk about thousands of plants being used in the country for the different drugs and other things, and if we have to go for the cultivation, we have to produce these agro techniques. Availability of copium, planting material has to be of a good quality and rich in active ingredients. Now, in this case, again, National Medicinal Plant Board has taken a very big issue, big stride in this, and regarding the production of the quality planting material through different agencies. Decision making is a big challenge again, whether one should go for the large scale farming, one has to go whether monoculture has to be adopted or it has to go in a polyculture mode for the medicinal plants. That's a big decision, but there are opportunities available again, whether we should go for the polyculture, intercropping, primary processing for harnessing higher qualities in indicate. Although today Dr. Shastri was saying that there are 800 such infrastructures have been in the country, but still we need a lot of them. Market assurance is again a big thing, because when farmers go and ask for the cultivation of the medicinal plant, then the first question that comes is, what is the market for them? Again, National Medicinal Plant Board is doing a lot of things in it. New incentives are being done, and we'll be talking about that. Constraints, agrotechnologies, as I said, only 20 species of rare endangered medicinal plants of northern India have been developed so far by the different organizations. At present, farming of most medicinal plants is done on small scale in the northern areas. As I said, that bulk of the products, they come from their natural ecosystem. There is an uncertainty of obtaining necessary permits. One of the big issues is that permits are not being granted to the cultivators. So they face a lot of problems. Once they go, we have got some of the instances here, some of the farmers who cultivated Susuria this time, and then they were asking for the permits. They were not granted permits, and then they had to sell that produce illegally. So I think that some of the issues are being with the UT coming in this. I think those laws are being revisited, and I hope that we should be in a position to get something better so that this becomes easy for the farmers to get the permits for the cultivation of the medicinal plants, and their exploitation by the middleman is avoided. Now, market issues again, a big thing. Market system in the medicinal plants is largely unregulated and inequitable. So this is something which needs to be issued, and because it is for the poor farmers, they are unaware often about the market prices of the medicinal plants. Marketing infrastructure is to be created, and one of the approaches that has been adopted is the top-down approach. Insofar as the marketing is concerned, we need to go for a bottom-up approach so that we shall be in a position to overtake these, because most of the time they are unaware about what is happening in the markets. Other challenge in the cultivation of medicinal plants, slow rate of production of many medicinal plants and gestation period, shortage of suitable cultivation, as I said, paucity of research on high yielding varieties, although some of the varieties CMAP is doing some, and many other organizations are doing these. Fluctuations in demand and supply are there. Poor quality procedures for marketing infrastructure, as I said. On many occasions, medicinal plants manufacturers prefer to use the products or the plant materials that are available in the natural ecosystems because they contain better chemical content. As I said, that National Medicinal Plant Board is thinking to provide those mobile testing facilities, and so that we could look after this. Now, what is the way forward? How do we do it? So we have to go for the development of agro technologies. As on now, we have got 104 available from the National Medicinal Plant Board. Now, another important thing that National Medicinal Plant Board has initiated is that is a cluster-based farming approach. As we live in these mountain areas, the land holding is very, very little, is 0.6 hectares per farmer. So now the cluster-based approach is there, and we have also RCFC North has done a very good, we have developed about 23 clusters in Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh, and now we are waiting for the, I was talking about my people in the National Medicinal Plant Board, and they are hopeful about the new scheme that is coming so that we could start that cluster-based cultivation of those priority medicinal plants. Opium production, again, it has been initiated, a very big, good issue taken by the National Medicinal Plant Board through RCFCs, and every RCFC has a mandate to produce quality planting material, at least 1 lakh planting material per year. State medicinal plant boards and ICR and CSR institutes are also doing. Development of high yielding varieties is again an issue with the, it has to be, is a way forward. Human resource development, certificate courses need to be initiated by the institutes. And this is very important because by this way, many young people, educated, unemployed youth can also be brought about towards the medicinal plant sector. And skill development training programs is another thing. Development of production systems. As we know that whether monoculture we do, agroforestry is another thing where we could take these medicinal plants in the agroforestry system, or tree or crop-based intercropping system is there. Boundary plantation is particularly of the trees. We have got some of the plant, we are these plants, tree plantation where we suggest that they should be taken on the boundaries. Diversification of the land resources. Again, as I said, that we have taken the land from the traditional areas away to the non-traditional areas, particularly of saffron, and this was really a very good success, and we had taken it as per the directions by the National Medicinal Plant Board. We had taken it, given it to 6 farmers in this, and at all the 6 places, it is really a very grand success, and it is going to be a game changer in Jammu Kashmir. And market assurance and linkages are to be developed to give a confidence to the growers, and it is being done through each ICMPJU forum, and new initiatives by the National Medicinal Plant Board. National Medicinal Plant Board is regularly now transmitting us the information that they have tied up with the linkages with the pharmaceutical companies, and so that we could inter alia go with the farmers and tell them to how they can have a buyback program with the with those pharmaceutical companies. As I told, mobile facilities by CEO for quality testing of cultivated plants is another important thing that will ensure the quality of active ingredients in the medicinal plants that are being cultivated. So this was about the saffron in the non-traditional areas where we distributed it to the farmers, and the entire land that was normally traditionally not required for the, I mean, they used to grow vegetables as a field crops for this, and now we have been in a position to get saffron, and next year, that is the ensuing year, we shall be getting a bumper crop with all the farmers. This time it is snow clad and everything. And this was some of the flowers which had come in the first season. Normally it comes into bearing in the second year. This is the quality planting material that we develop and for distribution among the farmers. And this is an RCFC activity. And as mandated by the National Medicinal Plant Board, we are developing this quality as is being done by the other RCFCs. This is the quality QPM we are doing. This is the Susuria costus that we have been producing and distributing it to the farmers. Technical support for the cultivation is also provided by National Medicinal Plant Board, State Medicinal Plant Boards, and RCF, State Agriculture University, CMAP and other CSR institutes, HRDI in Uttarakhand, ICFR, Dehradun ICR Institute. Bihar, we have got a linkage with the Bihar Institute for the cultivation for the production of the quality planting material for its distribution.
We'll go a little fast because we are short of time.
Sure, I'll complete, sir.
Thank you.
This is incentives offered by the National Medicinal Plant to energize the medicinal plant cultivation throughout India. Offers National Medicinal Plant Board offers a subsidy 75% for highly endangered, 50% for critically, 30% for other therapeutic uses. This is the species, 13 species of where there is a 75% subsidy, particularly the plant is at the high altitude medicinal plants for which there is 75%. So there is an encouragement for the farmers for the cultivation of these medicinal plants. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Balsab. Actually, you have given a very brief information about the ILD species, particularly in JNK. It gets me, I remember, for my past time also. You have highlighted 2-3 points, very informative. That is loss of genetic diversity. This is one of the issues which we have to be look into the matter, and habitat destruction. See, this habitat destruction and the loss of genetic, which leads to extinction of the species. You are rightly pointed out. So it is the ecologists and other botanists should come together for to look after these issues. And actually, the RET species, actually our CEO and NBB is very much interested in promoting the RET species through the cultivation. So we have started the activities and we will hope the best. And we have given a good information about the employment generation through the cultivation of medicinal plants and marketing also. So NBB is focusing on these issues and will look better in the future. So with this, I thank all the 4 participants who have given a very good information on the cultivation of medicinal plants in different regions, different areas, and their agrotechnic activities and issues and challenges. So with this, I thank one and all the participants, and also for the RCFC and Jadavpur University for their coordination with this international conference. Thank you, one and all, please.
Thank you.
Now over to RCFC, Organizing Secretary.
Sharing has stopped.
for your deliberation. Of generic homeopathic medicine, Kolkata. He is present in the venue. Also present here at the venue, and Dr. Kamakshi Saxena, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. He is online. So may I request Dr. Jeti Mathu to take over the session, sir.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Sanjay. Hello. Hello.
You take over the session, sir. You already.
Hey, you are audible, sir.
Sir, I have already declared. Yeah, you are audible and you are to chair the session. Yes, sir. You start.
First मेरा है
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Now this scientific session 3 has got 4 speakers, and the topic is new frontier and latest trends in medicinal plants. In fact, I feel that after seeing the topic, of the speakers, I think it is a continuation of more of a continuation of the previous session. So we have got a presentation from Dr. Sangram Keshridas from Goa, then Durga Shankar Bar from Calcutta, then Eunice Munshi from Ayush, and Kamakshi Saxena from Tamil Nadu. So we have got 1 hour with us. So I expect that each speaker will take around 12 minutes, and after that we can have a question answer session. Then there is a request from the first speaker to take some more time. So I allow that around 15 minutes the first speaker can avail it. So shall we now proceed to the first speaker, Dr. Sangram Keshri Das, Professor Dravya Guna, medicinal plant and from pharmacology, Goa. The topic is contemporary issues and challenges of medicinal plant sector. Thank you. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody, sir. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Sir, you are not audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. I'm audible now?
Hello,
Yes,
sir,
yes.
you are not.
He's audible. Now, sir, I am audible?
You are audible, very much audible. Please go on.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Matthew, sir, today's chairman of this session. So today's topic is given to me that current research is research trends in medicinal plant and aromatic plants. So first of all, the motto
Excuse me,
is
sir, you are not
health is
audible
wealth.
to me.
Yeah, health is wealth. So to preserve health, it requires a healthy diet and drug. So for getting these things, it can be said that success in any healthcare system is depends on safety, efficacy, potency, and the genuine raw drugs. Without this, you can say that all healthcare system can paralyzed. So, uh, so what happens? Some decades before, 2-3 decades before, people are interested toward this traditional system of medicine like Ayurveda, Ayush drugs. But they're believing that these are safe, no harm, there is efficacious, and being very cheaper, abundantly available with cheap price. So people are attracted toward this system of traditional system of medicines. But problem is that according to the demands, the supply of the medicinal plant is not proper. So ICE Ministry recently declared that around 44% of the medicinal plant based drugs are enhanced in this COVID-19 9 months period. So this also gives the load on this medicinal plant sector. Usually there are more than 10,000 medicinal plant pharmaceutical sector companies are there, and so many practitioners, traditional healers, all are depending on this medicinal plant sector. Likewise, 45% of the share is share in the sense the export is going to the USA. So these are loading to the medicinal plant sector, and it creates a gap between supply and demands. So that supply and demand gap leads to the scarcity of the medicinal plants, and leads to substitute and adulteration of these plants. So what are the causes? Yeah, what are the causes of this lack of need of substitution? So one is Please hold on. I'm sharing the screen. दिखा रहे बाबा कोलकाता दिखा अरे आके बता न्यूज़ भी बेसिक रहेगा कॉपी नॉर्मल सॉरी ये वाला ना दिख रहे हैं So you're seeing my screen? Yeah. So need of the research trends on the solving the substitute adulteration, like non-availability of the drugs. Due to non-availability, there are so many other substitution drugs are coming. Then uncertain identity of the drugs. Uh, Due to uncertainty of its morphological characters and other things, so many drugs on regional basis it is used. High cost, it is leads to substitution. Geographical distribution, that also leads to this substitution and alterations. Some plants are found in northern part, some are found in southern part. Like this, on this condition, they are deciding some other plants. You can take examples. The Rasna Pluchial ancillata, that is in north it is used, but in south India they are using that Alpinia galanga. In Bengal we are using Banda Roxburghi. So this type of controversies and the substitution are accepted. Then adverse drug reactions due to some adverse drug reaction in pregnancy cases and other cases, like you can take example of Basa, Adatura vesica, that causes abortion. So in that condition, that is actually anti-hemorrhagic drug, antitoxic this drug reaction. The requirement of huge quantity or adulteration. So these are some other causes also. Same for this substitute adulterations. Then, so how to select the substitute? Similarly, the potent drugs, similar characters, similar chemical content type of drugs can be taken. The similar rasa, guna, birya, vipak, and karma drugs can be taken. This type of selection will lessen the pressure on single drug, or which plant is rare. On that condition, it will lessen the pressure. So regional availability, some drugs can be accepted. If then ethnobotanical peoples, they are using the drugs, similar pharmacological action, if it having, then it can be taken, and there should be trial on a comparative and parallel clinical trials should be done. So these are some plant derived products. So ray of solution. So it is advised to take the same plant other parts for the substitution. If it is leaves, then fruit can be taken. For an example, the root bark is a useful part, but nowadays it is as per our API, it is advised to take the other parts, aerial parts also. The root of Sida cordifolia is by class 6, but it is permitted to take full plant of the Sida cordifolia. That is also equal potency. So these are some API mentioned official part of the plants, like Premna integrifolia. On that conditions, root is useful part, but here the stem is also permitted. Rubia cordifolia, root is permitted, but nowadays the stems are coming in market. Melina arborea, in the conditions, the part uses the root bark, but here the root and stem bark also allowed. These are some other lists. So these are some parts useful as directly it is substitute. Terminalia cebula, haritaki. That Terminalia pallida is accepted. They are having similar actions. Vitis vinifera. On that condition, we can Kasmari phala, means Gambhari phal can be used. Melina arborea can be used. These are some other. The root is useful part, but stem cuttings are accepted. So these are some other list of plants. So current trends, how it can be solved, the substitution can be fixed. So microscopic methods, macroscopic methods, physical methods, chemical methods, all are traditionally now useful. Uh, so these are phytochemical studies. So on these studies, I can just discuss the frontier new frontier labels, that is TLC, very cheaper, and next is HPTLC. HPTLC, it is a very sophisticated form of the TLC, and very minute sample size, and the solvent it requires, but gives sharp results. Likewise, the advanced areas like HP, MC, on this HPTLC, FFPC, RPC, OPLC, and EPC. These are some advanced frontier things are there, which helps the detection of an adulteration in small amount of sample. Accuracy of the results are greater than the TLC. Likewise, HPLC, the high performance liquid chromatography, they analyze almost all compounds in the medicinal plants. So its newer trends are MECC, HSCCC, and SCC. So these new opportunities, these are the new opportunities for the separation of the same specific herbal medicines. Then GC, gas chromatography, or also called as GLC, that used for identification, quantification of the volatile oil, determines the structure of the molecular weight and the gaseous elements present. Then newer trends on it is SHS, then DHS like things are there. Likewise, we are using NIR. NIR also quantitative and qualitative characterization of the natural products, their constitutions. Then C, capillary electrophoresis also useful. NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, used for plant extracts, for quality control, authentication, determination of the geographical origin, and detecting the adulteration of the plants. Then mass spectroscopy, this is the most sensitive selective methods for the molecular analysis. Give information about the molecular weight and the some uh, molecules, about the molecules. Then DNA barcoding, that also this technique helps the species level of identification, used for identify known species by comparing the other unique barcodes. Likewise, metabolomics, that is also useful for this solution, solve these problems. As complete metabolic fingerprint can obtain from this metabolomics. Then nanotechnology, biotechnology, we can take the help of other sister concern departments, that biotechnology, that nanotechnology, and other departments, cell biology, for this deciding these problems. So from biotechnology, we can take help of multiplication of the plants. If it is rare plant, it can be multiplied. Genetic enhancement, genetic transformation, then in vitro generation, then developing the secondary metabolites, cryopreservation. If it is rare plant, it can be preserved on nitrogen oxide gas. So nitrous oxide gas. Then enhancing the lignin percent as per your desiring, you can enhance the percentage, increase the oil content as per your desire, increasing marker compounds, increasing tolerance of heat, pest, and drought to subside, to save from the these causes. And developing high yield varieties. We can develop high yield varieties. That's also need of the hour. Then encouraging non-conventional breeding, X micropropagation, marker-assisted breeding, molecular farming, high-yield genetically modified species like Widenia, the isabgol, giloy, kalmek, madhunasini, that aloe vera. These are developed at Anand, CMAP Anand. So from likewise from nanotechnology, these are new frontiers. These are also giving so many advantages, and through micro size samples, we can develop, or it should be helpful. Then DNA fingerprinting, that is also useful for identification. Phytochemically undistinguishable genius drugs or substitute adulteration drugs can be. Advantage is DNA finger, so many advantages are there. Then marker assisted building, that also helpful to subside. These are some commonly used type of genetic markers. RFLC, AFLC, like things are there. So you can take help from these persons. They can help us. So our conclusion, in conclusion, I can say, so all these techniques, analytical methods discussed, is some have different advantages over each other. So intention is to identify and get the genuine drugs to fill the gap between demand and supply by cultivating high yielding, disease resistant medicinal plants varieties. In Ayurveda, the medicinal plant administered as a whole and not isolated compounds. So while the researchers are busy in isolating the active principles, compounds from the plant, the need of the hour is to understand the drug and its components as a whole and the way it works synergistically rather than the compound in isolation. So safety, one thing also think about the safety of the transgenic medicinal plants should also given attention at the time of use. So if we identify the suitable substitute of useful plants, plant parts, then it can save the plants from unnecessary destruction. So thank you. So I am thankful to NMPB and the ASUCHEM for this giving me this opportunity. I'm thankful to Matthew sir and Mrs. Parminder Jit Singh Kaur madam for this giving opportunity. Thank you.
डॉक्टर साहब शेयरिंग स्टॉप कर लीजिए
हेलो
शेयरिंग स्टॉप कर लीजिए, शेयरिंग स्टॉप कर लीजिए।
ओके ओके स्टॉप सेट डार्क से very good. Which one?
position to do that, then the sentence করতে হবে। না sentence তো off করে দেবো। sentence এর processor আছে এখানে इधर से हो गया
না না ওটা স্যার এইটা দেখাচ্ছে, স্ক্রিনটা দেখ।
Hello. Hello.
Yes sir, you are audible sir.
Hello, am I audible, Dr. Das?
Yes, audible. You are audible sir.
Hello.
Hello, you are audible.
Hello. Dr. Das, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് രണ്ട് വേറെ ഒരു സാധനം മൈക്രോഫോൺ ഇയർഫോൺ
ഞാനത് ലാപ്ടോപ്പ്
ഞാൻ ഒരു സാധനം ചെയ്തോണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു ഞാൻ ഫീസ് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ് കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റും ഒന്ന് വിളിച്ചു നോക്കും അവരോട്
মিউট তো করে নিয়েছি।
সেন্টেন্স নেক্সট
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Hello,
Sir,
doctor.
you are audible.
Hello.
Sir, you are audible right now.
Hello.
সিঁড়িটা কোথাও দুর্গাশঙ্কর এখানে বসে আছে ক্যামেরা নিয়ে নিচ্ছি আমরা ক্যামেরা লাগিয়ে দাও ক্যামেরা লাগানো আছে আমারটাতে আমি তো শেয়ার স্ক্রিন করলে হয়ে যাবে না চলে যায় কি করে এরকম ভাবে কাজ করে কি
Hello.
Baba,
Dr. Bar, you can continue the presentation. Hello, you can continue with that.
This is our personal email ID. Personal Zoom account. Then you can log into Zoom your own account. Let's go back. Thank you. Specs. Engineering need to have specs at this time.
So, this is
computer budget.
അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് എനിക്ക് പ്രശ്നം വന്നത് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിലോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുവരായിരുന്നു നിങ്ങൾ രണ്ടുപേരും ഫുൾ ടൈം പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക ഞാൻ എന്നെ എടുക്കുന്നത്
You don't have a Zoom account about it. Dumb fellow you are. What is this? Okay.
അൺമ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ
ക്രോസ് ഹെയർ കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. ക്രോസ് ഹെയർ കേൾക്കത്തില്ല.
variety pendula. Color or texture of the bark The same story can be repeated for Rauwolfia serpentina, colloquially known as Sarpaganda. Again, a very important drug used by the homeopaths as well as by Ayurvedic physicians. But if you go to the market and ask for Rauwolfia, you'll get plenty. But most of those Rauwolfia is not suitable for preparation of medicine, as they are not Rauwolfia serpentina. I again repeat, they are not Rauwolfia serpentina, but some other species of Rauwolfia. Maybe Rauwolfia verticillata or a closely allied species of Rauwolfia serpentina, but devoid of required alkaloids. Only in the previous lecture, we are hearing that in Uttarakhand, Rauwolfia serpentina is being cultivated. For supplying correct quality of botanical drugs. That is required very much. But even if the plant is genuine, one may not get medicine of proper quality still. Why? The collected plant material may have been collected from immature plants. Plants prepared and stored so many important chemicals essential for preparation of a medicine, but they can do that only when they are mature enough. Next slide, please. This is Atropa belladonna. Let us take an example of Atropa belladonna, a very small plant, but having immense importance in the field of medicine. Plant of first year's growth is almost devoid of required alkaloids, so we require older, mature plant to prepare a medicine. But do the plant suppliers or the manufacturers vigilant enough to test the plants for the chemical contents? Next slide, please. Please, next slide, please. Hello. Next slide, please. You see, the estimation of total alkaloid content in belladonna mother tincture. You see that sample 2 and 4 are definitely substandard. As IP recommendation is, it should be 0.3 at least. And whereas sample 2 contains 0.1840 gram and 0.4 contains 0.0187. It's too low. So if we use that plant, I think the medicine prepared from that is not good. So it is understood that for drugs of botanical origin, though most of the pharmacopoeia still depend on classical, morphological, or microscopic identification of the species, which is not sufficient to prove the quality of the raw material. Proper quantitative identification of chemical constituents of a plant material also plays a very important role to find if the same has been collected at proper maturity, as well as from correct place of growth. It is quite easy to understand that if a botanical drug is devoid of some important chemical constituents or
very little amount of the same, it may not be able or better to say will not exhibit full medicinal characteristics. Next slide, please. This Cinchona officinalis. The case of Cinchona is a classical example for the same. Bark of this plant, Cinchona officinalis, collected from Nilgiri region of our country, is less bitter and contains lesser quantity of important alkaloids like quinine, etc. than the bark of the same plant grown in the Darjeeling district of West Bengal. We now know that biosynthesis of different chemicals in a plant depend on so many factors. The climatic factor, the ecological variation are very important among them. Let us think about our own Darjeeling tea. The exquisite flavor of Darjeeling tea is not produced in leaf of any other tree plant grown elsewhere. So to be sure about the quality of any botanical drug substance, one must try to collect it from natural environment at proper time, as well as examine it chemically to become sure that about presence of essential chemical constituents in it. We're hearing about propagation of medicinal plants and trying to cultivate it in different regions. I don't know. It should be tested first, whether they contain the chemical constituents in right quantity or not. For example, I told that in Cinchona itself, the Cinchona grows in the Nilgiri region also, but they contain lesser quantity of alkaloid. So we must try, if we try to cultivate some plant in some other region, we must be sure that it should contain the proper chemical constituents. But even though Cinchona tree grows in our native state of West Bengal, still the alkaloid content of most of the market sample of the bark will show to contain much less than the standard quantity of alkaloid, where it should be at least 6%. But why? I was telling that Cinchona grown in the Darjeeling district better than Cinchona grown in the Nilgiris. But again, I'm saying that in the market sample, we'll find that alkaloid content is not that much. Why that is? This happens principally because of collection of immature bark with a view of making faster money and at the cost of quality. If we try to collect bark, immature bark, that will definitely not good for people making of medicine. Next, please. Next page, please. Here you'll find, no, previous one, please, previous one. Here you'll find that total alkaloid content in Cinchona officinalis mother tincture. Sample number 3 contains 3.1647 only %, where it should be minimum 6. So 1, 2, 4 is right, but third sample fails. Again, let us look at Asafoetida. The household name Hing or Hingu is known to almost everybody. Asafoetida is basically a gum resin obtained from the root of plant Ferula asafoetida. Asafoetida finds many use in so-called allopathic medicines, in Ayurvedic medicines, as well as in homeopathic medicines. Next slide, please. This is the Asafoetida plant. When the pharmacopoeia says that Asafoetida should contain at least 50% alcohol-soluble contents, what we find in reality that most of the Asafoetida available in the market contains much lesser quantity of alcohol-soluble ingredient and hence is unsuitable for use in medicine. Next slide, please. This is solid matter content. It should be at least 50%. And you find that how much quantity is, how it is varying from 0.15 to 0.03. This variation. So we should select proper quality of Asafoetida for making a medicine. Another menace in preparing pharmaceutical products from botanical drugs is the presence of insecticides and fungicides in the botanical drugs. If we are not vigilant enough, do not test for those things, we may get the devil, the poison in place of the genuine medicine. The time is very short. It is unnecessary to prolong the list anymore. We understand the problem, but what is the solution? Next slide. Next, please. The demand is rising with increase in population, But at the same time, many important botanical drugs are on the verge of extinction. It is essentially required to preserve and cultivate them, and that by following good agricultural practice, GAP, a very term which is gaining importance today in the field of agriculture. So as the time is short, I should wish to conclude. With these words, I wish to conclude, and I thank everybody for their patient hearing. Next lesson. Thank you. The material is not available, I think.
আপনি বলে দেন না আছে কিন্তু যে কি বলছে পড়ছে বুঝতে পারছি না কিছু একটা প্রবলেম হচ্ছে
যদি কানেক্ট করা যায় তাহলে পরে উনি লাস্ট তুমি বলতে পারেন টোটাল টেক করে একটা
Session chair, Dr. J.T. Matthew. I think there is some problem in the connectivity. Is there any problem in the connectivity, Matthew Saab? Is there any connectivity problem? Because I am finding it mute. I think since we are trying, we are running short of time, so why not we rather like to call upon the stage on the dais Dr. Yunus Munshi. Dr. Munshi is the Regional Research Institute of Unani Medicine, Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. And I think he is known in this field by all of the people who are working in the direction of medicinal plants, as well as of the Unani medicine. So may I request Dr. Yunus Munshi, kindly you start your presentation, and as soon as the connectivity problem of the session chair will be over, I hope he will be joining. I hope he's listening, but there might be some problem in the connectivity. So may I request Dr. Munshi to please take on the task.
Respected chair of the session, Dr. Matthews, respected Professor Mazumdar, and revered guests offline and online. We should say good evening, I think so. It is not good afternoon now. So the main topic today of my presentation is how the medicinal plants are being exploited in Kashmir Himalayas. Since we have online, I think Dr. Murugeshwaran also has worked in Kashmir. We have people from Kashmir, from SCOST, Faculty of Forestry, and then we have Professor Bilal Sahab. They will agree with me that much more exploitation comes from a few sectors, which I will try to explain. And I take this moment to inform you, this is my personal analysis. This has nothing to do with the government data, or although I am a government official, but this has nothing to do with government data or this is unbiased analysis of a researcher, which I am, and as I have worked in Kashmir for almost 20 years in the field of Unani medicine, and I had been basically part of survey of medicinal plants there. I used to go for multi-day programs, multi-day tour programs of survey of medicinal plants with our survey of medicinal plants unit. So what I have experienced, that experience I want to share, being also an executive member of Environmental Council of J&K, which is an NGO. So these are all environmental concerns. This has nothing to do with the research or other things. Being a consumer myself, being a physician of Unani medicine, I am a grassroots consumer. I need herbs. I need quality herbs. I need quality products from the industries, quality herbs from the herbalists, which are very much not available to the extent which we should expect. So my brief introduction has been given. I am heading the Regional Research Institute of Unani Medicine under Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in Calcutta. I have joined as head in 2018, although I am working here right from 2015. Shall we go to the slide, main slide? Sanjay ji? So what are NTFC, or just NTFC, or non-timber forest produce, we say it, or we may call it herbal wealth of the forests. You know that Sasuria costus is known as kot in Kashmiri, and we were having Kot Act right from Maharaja's time. In 19th century, late 19th century, an act was introduced which was called as Kot Act. You can imagine how environment friendly Maharaja was. At that time, he was very much particular in protecting the medicinal plant wealth of Kashmir. So he introduced Kot Act, which was amended later on by the successive governments. But the main act was that nobody can have there was list of plants. Nobody could have those cultivated even. Nobody can cultivate them. Not to say of keeping those medicinal plants at home. So this was late 19th century. Maharajas introduced that Kot Act, which was amended from time to time. So you can go ahead. Sanjay, you can go ahead, please. Click. So back. So non-timber forest produces medicinal plants, wild vegetables, exotic plants, and our main concern is medicinal and aromatic plants. Please, next. So geographical location, J&K and even West Bengal is having one characteristics, that we have alpines, we have highland pastures, we have low-lying alpines, we have tropical region also in Jammu, we have cold desert. We were having cold desert Ladakh, which was separated recently as a union territory. So we have multi-dimensional medicinal plants, presence of multi-dimensional medicinal plants in Kashmir. Will you please go? Again, this I have discussed: subtropic, alpines, then we have subalpines, then we have cold desert. This has been now removed from J&K. So now historical, which I have told you that Lawrence in his book The Valley of Kashmir, which was published in late 19th century, he has told that there was 4,50,000 rupees annual income from the medicinal plants, and 95,000 rupees were from Sasuria only. Sasuria is known as Kust in Unani, and Kut it is called in Kashmiri. At that time, 1 kg of Sasuria costed just 5 paisa. So you might see how wealthy the state was and how economy depended on the medicinal plants. Can you go ahead? So present cost, if we see 500 rupees per kg, you can imagine how much money the state was earning. Then there was a Cot Act, which I already discussed, which was passed by Maharaja himself, and then it has been now diluted. Now you can keep the medicinal plants. There are certain licensed people who can extract them. But my concern is that some people, some agencies which are more responsible for the exploitation, different agencies, different communities, and you will be very much this. You know, in Kashmir we have nomads. Nomads are the tribal people who shift from hot region, Jammu region, to highland pastures along with their cattle towards the Himalayas, towards the higher reaches of the Kashmir during summers. And they then so main exploiters, what I have seen, what I have observed. Sanjay ji, just one more click. Sanjay, just click. Stop. That is why I needed to control it. So exploitation by nomads is, you see, we don't have the separate grazing areas and separate protected areas. They are allowed to go anywhere, and you will not believe, they just pay 25 paisa per family as a license fees. That 25 paisa was kept by Maharaja in late 19th century. And it is this time also 25 paisa. So that 25 paisa allows them to go for the grazing. Pre 47, it was that Gilgit, Baltistan, Muzaffarabad, etc., Pakistan area of Kashmir. But now it has been limited to the boundaries. So they go to the higher altitudes. And what is the problem? The cattle eat the upper part of the medicinal plant. So there will be no flowering, no fruit, no seed. Then the shepherd, or you may say that the nomad goes and he extracts the root. So naturally there will be no growth. And I have seen, I visited just after a gap of 5 or 10 years, when we visit the area, you can't see any. We have seen the medicinal plants right from just I should say that 40 kilometers away from the 40 or 60 kilometers away from Srinagar city. But presently you can't see it at least up to 200 kilometers out of the Srinagar city. It is because of these things which have exploited the medicinal plant wealth. And when they come, their gunny bags are filled up and nobody even dares to touch them. Nobody goes for the checking, frisking of their gunny bags so that they could have been brought to the book for extracting this plant wealth from the Kashmir. And when they reach Jammu, the truckloads, the people from Chandigarh, people from Amritsar, people from Delhi are waiting for them. When they come there, and they fill up the trucks and they leave the area. And those medicinal plants then come in the market in the Amritsar, in Kharibawli of Delhi. So this is the scenario of nomads. They are the main exploiters of the medicinal plants because that goes unnoticed. Then the second is scientific community. What I have analyzed, we have 11 universities in Jammu and Kashmir. At least 3 departments: botany, chemistry, biochemistry, pharmacology. These 4 departments do research in medicinal plants. If every department is having 10 students of PhD who are working on medicinal plants, each candidate needs 1 kg of medicinal plant at least. So in 11 universities, in one university, you have 30 students. In 11 universities, you have 300 students. That means 300 kg of medicinal plants every year. They get it from the wild. This is the main exploitation. And this exploitation gets unnoticed. Nobody wants to hear even. I am myself a researcher. And when I talk in the scientific community regarding this thing, nobody is ready to hear it. No, this is the need of hour. We have to go for the research. But there are remedies also. Then there are exploitation from the government agencies. They give the license, I say license to kill the forests. It is not license for extraction because they are not being trained how to extract. As Bilal Saab was telling that there is excessive extraction, there is then habitat destruction, then they should have been trained that how to preserve the germplasm. If they are extracting, they go wildly, they go ahead, they employ the local population. You just give us so much of Sasuria cost extractor, will pay you such. They don't go themselves and nobody trains them. So government should have control over it. And this, if Bilal Saab is online, I don't think he is. This is his duty because he's RCFC director there or there. He can approach the government and give the ideas how they can collaborate with the government and give training to the people who are extracting the medicinal plants. Now, what are the remedies, please? Yes. Proper planning, that is just, I have seen, I had been to US once and I have seen that they have protected areas. Nobody can go there. We need to have grazing areas separate and protected areas separate. I have seen in Kashmir, if you do not touch a whole area for longer time, vegetation automatically comes out. You don't have to, you don't need to plant them. It automatically comes out. So it is just, you have to protect it. You have to keep protected areas. Since we have people from forestry, IFS people over here, they might be online. They can propose to the government because government listens to them. They are bureaucrats, they are technocrats of the forestry department. They can plan rightly, have grazing grounds separate from the protected areas, and these areas should be just limited to have a germplasm only. So that people can, that there is one scheme also, in situ conservation and ex situ cultivation. Those people can be, those living, there is a Forest Act that tribal people have every right to the forest. But now recently one more news came that now the J&K government has allowed every activity in the forest areas, which is totally devastating. And we have seen yesterday that glacier came down, wiping out all the, it is because if nature is having its own planning. If we play with the nature, nature plays back, and that is a havoc. When nature plays back, that is a disaster. And we are ourselves playing with the nature. We are just, we need the dams, but there needs a proper planning. You need ecologists, you need environmentalists to take on board, but nobody listens to them. If they are saying something, government always goes opposed to them. Although I am in the government sector, I should not have done this. But now I have come through a news, which I think it should be presented from the departments, that forests in J&K can be used for every activity, and that is the dangerous part of it. And then for this research activities, every university has a land. They can grow the medicinal plants. Whatever medicinal plants you are growing, you can go for the experimentation on those only. Why you are going to the wild, and why you are extracting from the wild? You can have it in your own laboratory. You can go for the tissue culture. You can go for the lab cultivation of the plants, and then go for the experimentation. That can help out. And that I have myself seen students going to the hills and jungles and collecting the medicinal plants. This should be prohibited by the government. That's all from my desk. I hope that I could project my cause of the environment, cause of the herbal medicine, which is very important to have ex situ cultivation and in situ conservation. Thank you very much for patient listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Munshi. It's really a very good talk from your end. And I must say that, yes, these are the real points which must be taken into consideration for the conservation of the species, particularly as he has very rightly mentioned, that if the collection is unscientific, then obviously the species will become extinct. And that is happening in many parts of our country. We have a such a mega biodiversity resource we do have. But if we cannot go for proper scientific collection, proper scientific extraction, then obviously there will be a problem. I would like to assure Dr. Munshi that already even our small regional facilitation center, we have already thinking for, I have given a proposal to the ministry, to the National Medicinal Plant Board, that why not we let us develop some sector skills council, where not only we will, we have already started giving the skill training for the quality planting material. That means the good agricultural practice. Apart from that, which is most important, is that the collectors are also there. We cannot just in one day close the business of collection. That is not possible, neither it is desirable also, because it will take some time, so that we can go for full-fledged cultivation of that list demand, which has a high demand. So for that, what we have thought of is that we should give sector skill, through a sector skill council, we should provide a training, scientific training for collection and extraction. Then obviously we can address this issue. Government of India is giving maximum stresses for the sector skills council, the skill development, and I hope this is also another very important skills which needs to be recognized by the industry for proper collection. So thank you very much for a very important points that you have raised, and for the policy point of view also. Now, I request Dr. Kamalakshi Saxena, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Tamil Nadu, to kindly present her address, through, obviously she is from Tamil Nadu, she is presenting. So on the virtual platform, we'll be listening. So far we have listened Dr. Bhaur and Dr. Munshi physically in our hall, but now also we will be having it through virtual mode. Thank you. Dr. Kamalakshi Saxena, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. And namaste and good evening, everyone. Thanks, everyone, and for giving me this opportunity to be present in this international conference through virtual platform. I am feeling extremely privileged to exchange my views through this virtual platform, and I hope it would be useful for everyone. Just a moment. Yes. So as we are facing and going through a very difficult phase due to the massive spread of coronavirus. So everyone in all over world is facing a problem, or they are finding it difficult to cope up with coronavirus situation and feeling depressed. And globally, we all are trying to discover a very accurate and effective therapeutic solution. So the persons with low immunity are the easy target for this disease, or the patients with the preclinical history, or children and elderly people, because of their low immunity that makes them more vulnerable towards this disease. So Ministry of Ayush has already released guidelines for self-care by using herbs, natural herbal medicines or natural herbs, to prevent and boost the immunity level, because these medicines are very, very useful in boosting or in stimulating the immune system because of their antiviral properties. Why medicinal plants? Because medicinal plants, the use of these plants have been going on since ancient times, and these can also be considered as the source of, or the origin of medicine, because the compounds which we obtain from the medicinal plants are actually considered, or are actually the source of compounds for the many drugs. So they can also be considered as the origin of medicines, as until 18th century, the therapeutic properties of plants, their effects, the method of treatments were known, but the main bioactive compounds were quite unknown. So here are a few very popular natural herbs and very favorite medicinal plants which are mostly available in all the Indian kitchen, like basil, black pepper, cardamom, cinnamon, ginger, neem, turmeric, etc. So I'm describing a little bit about these herbs as Ocimum sanctum, which is already which has a very renowned position due to its medicinal properties in Ayurvedic system, or because it is very antibacterial or anti-carcinogenic, antiviral. There is one study in SSNRN, that is Social Science Research Network, Elsevier. They studied the binding affinity of 7 photophilic compounds from Tulsi and with the SARS-CoV receptors. So they found it that Tulsi extract is very effective against the COVID-19 receptor, and it can inhibit the replication of SARS-CoV virus. The main ingredients or the main antiviral ingredients of which we can obtain from the Ocimum sanctum, those are epigenin and ursolic acid. Next is Piper nigrum, which is also has very renowned place due to its more than 600 different phytochemicals, and the key alkaloid component, which is piperin and 10 other piperamides, are very useful, and they there are many reports which confirms its effect on the viral infection, especially when it is in the respiratory tract infection. So it could be also helpful to inhibit the COVID-19 virus, because it is also a respiratory tract infection. Elateria cardamom, although this is known as the queen of spices, and it is very effective due to its cancer reducing properties, diindole methane and indole 3-carbinol, these are highly effective in reducing the size and weight of tumors and papillomas. Cinnamon, which is super powerful in anti-inflammatory because of having the anti-inflammatory properties, especially in elderly people, or it is especially effective in the age-related inflammatory inflammatory problems. Next one is gingiber officinale, a very traditional herbal medicine, and it is used in multiple, or it is used in n number of diseases due to its number of phytochemicals, and it is also used in mainly it inhibits the viral binding. It is mainly fresh ginger extract is mainly reported to it is mainly reported useful to inhibit the human respiratory syncytial virus induced plaque formation. So it because it inhibits the virus binding and its internalization, and helps in stimulating mucosal cells to support the IFN beta, which is supposed to reduce the viral replication. So it is also very useful in the in the fight of COVID-19. As a director indica, it is found everywhere, and almost every part of this tree is useful. The main phytochemicals which are available, these are limonoids and terpene, and this is mainly anti-malarial, antibacterial, antifungal, and it has multiple immunomodulatory effects. So it is useful everywhere, but the excessive amount of as a director has also been reported some negative effects or adverse effect. Yeah, next one is curcuma longa, which is also known as the cleanser of, or it functions as the natural cleanser because the main compound of curcumin, it relieves congestion, and that is why it fights against the respiratory diseases. So it can be also helpful because it inhibits the RNA replication. So it can be also useful in fighting against coronavirus. If we talk about latest trends in the medicinal plants, so because in the present scenario, everything is changed worldwide, so people are more inclined towards the plant-based healthcare products. So the healthcare products, they are very much popular, or they are gaining popularity exponentially worldwide in the current scenario, and people are more and more inclined towards the naturopathy or the traditional types of medicinal system. And because of this, we can say that Ayurvedic tourism, or the visitors which are coming for the treatment through the naturopathy or through the Ayurvedic procedures, they are actually opening the avenues for the Ayurvedic tourism. This is the era of computers, so we can't ignore this technology, and actually we are very much using this technology. So computational approaches towards drug discovery by using artificial intelligence and data analysis could be very helpful in drug discovery or drug designing. So bioinformatics can be called as the emerging trend in the exploration and development of drugs. And if one wants to access the Indian traditional medicinal plants, they can visit IMPAT, which is openly accessible. Because of the application of drug, by using the application of drug design technology, very powerful or new and safe affordable medicines can be generated, because there is a shift from monosubstance to multi-drug or multi-target therapy. So trends of global research, we can say earlier until 18th century, that therapeutic potential of plants were known, treatment and methods were known, effects were known, but not the bioactive compounds. So these days, the research is on the search for new medicines or active compounds and their chemical modifications, but not on the cultivation and domestication of plant species, which I guess Dr. Munshi has discussed just now. And the conservation of germ plasm and the conservation of the medicinal plants is very important if we want to have the sustainable medicinal plant branches. Then we have to conserve, or we have to cultivate and domesticate those plant species. Here are some links for Indian medicinal plants, where the Indian medicinal, this is the, you can find the Indian medicinal plants, their phytochemical compounds and other things. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to the organizers.
Our session chair, Dr. J.T. Matthews, is unable to be in connections with this program due to some internet connectivity. So I have to take up the duty of chairing the session for the rest three of our speakers. And I would like to just, since it is a customary, Dr. Dash has mentioned something, some of the modern instrumentations. He has referred how we can go for the recognitions of the, or rather identification and quantification of the active components of the medicinal plants, particularly used for the, as a drug, as well as Dr. Durga Shankar Bhaur, who has very nicely touched upon particularly the importance of medicinal plants in homeopathy, and particularly, I must mention that I have never heard that what are the difficulties in faced by the homeopathic industry, so that drug manufacturing industry, how the dust components or the absence of active components, and particularly as I find that as it is happening botanical garden as well, that wherever it has been collected, a lot of insecticide and pesticides were present. So these are the really issues which we should look into if we want to develop the real need of the industry. We want to cater that, then we have to develop it. And Dr. Munsi, already I have touched upon the points, very relevant points of scientific collection. And then the last, Kamakshi Saxena, Dr. Kamakshi Saxena, I'm very sorry, probably initially I might not have pronounced correctly her name. So Dr. Saxena, Kamakshi Saxena, lastly, she has presented, and she has presented the importance of cinnamon, ginger, karkuam, and also the very important Ayurvedic natural remedies, which we called Ayurvedic tourists are coming. So these are very important issues she has touched upon. And also I must say that these, particularly cinnamon, ginger, these are widely used during COVID-19 to boost up our immunity for fighting against COVID-19. And really those people are not so concerned with using this sort of very easily available but very important Ayurvedic component, I must say, or the medicinal plant components. Now she has touched upon that. So these are the deliberations today that we have in this last session, scientific session 3, where new frontier or latest trends in medicinal plants have been discussed. And I must thank all the speakers for their valuable speech, as well as for highlighting very important aspects of medicinal plants. Now, may I request Dr. Sanjay Bala, our Regional Director of Regional Facilitation Center, National Medicinal Plant Board, Jadavpur University, to please hand over a small memento to Dr. Durga Shankar Bhaur. This is only the opportunity that we are getting when there is a physical presence of the speaker. Already we got the opportunity to facilitate Dr. Yunus Munsijab. So now we take this opportunity to facilitate Dr. Durga Shankar Bhaur. Thank you very much. And this is the plaque. With this, online is very difficult. The virtual platform, sometimes this is the problem. And the more problem is when we are trying to combine the two, that is the physical mode as well as the virtual mode. And this is also another difficulty. Apart from, so for the connectivity and others, the main difficulty lies here also. We would like to facilitate all our speakers, all our dignitaries, but it is very unfortunate that we have to take again the e-help of sending our compliments to them. Thank you all. And I will request Dr. Sanjay Bala just to say just to take up the session as a concluding remarks of your, and let us call it a day then.
Thank you, sir. So as all of us know, in case of using or combining both virtual and physical, we face some difficulty. Even then, we could organize it more or less smoothly. The last uh, chair session was to be organized by Dr. J.T. Mathu, but on the halfway, he has to take over it to Professor Ashish Mundar because of some difficulty. But anyway, we have completed nicely, and all of you are there. So we are very much thankful to all the participants, offline and online, who have joined. And next 2 days also we will be there. So as the program title is there, it's not only medicinal plants. We are discussing beyond medicinal plant. That is, as all of us know, is prevention is better than cure. So if we can immune ourselves with using or taking medicinal plant, maybe as a regular practice or as a nutrient or any other form, so that will be very much helpful to boost our immune system, and will be healthy, so that we can combat even COVID-19 or such other viruses and all. So we must thank all of you once again, and we will resume our program, both virtual hall tomorrow. There will be separate program for both the virtual halls. So we'll conclude the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.